Good morning, good afternoon, 44 Trading Room. How are you? Hi, Roger. Nice to see you, everyone. Finally, the big day has just arrived, traders. So here it is, the Fed rate cut decision day, and it's going to happen as I've seen just the usual time at 2 p.m. So very exciting day for not just only for the US traders and US market participants, but actually it's going to give a boost or maybe take it off a bit. I don't think so though. Both of them, like 25 or 50 basis point cuts, are going to be great finally because we are moving somewhere, hopefully to the right direction for the world economy and for the US economy especially. But actually, not only the decision about the 25 or the 50 basis point is going to be interesting, traders, but even the message after that. So I just would like to warn you in ahead of the news that not only 2 p.m. Definitely this is going to be the biggest boom, let's call it like that, for the market, but at 2:30 FOMC press conference, very important, traders, because this is giving some more signal, some more message from the Fed side. How do they feel how the economy is doing now? Are they still on the soft landing, or they will be a little bit more hawkish than dovish? So everything is going to be decided, I think, there on the press conference. First of all, 25 or 50, this is the big question until 2 p.m. And after 2 p.m. at 2:30, the FOMC press conference, crucial. So I think we will have a great afternoon trading. Hi, Robin. Hi, Tara. Good morning. By the way, the ones who just wanted to get the text newsletter, which I'm writing every day, please just let me know if you got it. Hi, Ahmed. Yes, details of the funded account. Yes. Again, I'm just going to make the official announcement here. TEFS is back under new management, new terms, with some new packages, and I am going to be, as TEFS acquired the TradeNet international education team, and the most of them, I mean as me as well, then in this case I'm going to be the one in the room who is going to be the TEFS support analyst. Okay, we are going to rename the guidance room later, especially in the new environment, what we are waiting for very much indeed, the whole team. And in this case, Ali, please just write me an email or just give me your email or your phone number, and I'm more than happy to call you. Anyway, you can find every packages and everything, every information on the tefs.com. And indeed, it's just the same as it was. I just sent it. It's just the same as it was. If you are buying a funded account package, of course, you will get the funds, you can trade, you can have the profit share with the company, and you can get personal mentoring hours, and of course, more trading room access here in the 44 trading room. So this is what the situation at the moment. So please, Ali, just reach out to me in a private email or a private message, and then I'm going to tell you more. Okay. All right, traders. So thank you, Roger. I would not say it's a new job. It's just continues after new management. Let's call it like that. I'm staying forever, guys. Don't worry. Okay, traders, let's just do a screen share and let's see how the market is doing. Hi, Alamu. Good morning. Okay. Market is, of course, a little bit flat. Also, we have some economic news out already. Housing start is better than expected at the moment. It can give a boost a little bit just for the bulls, but I am expecting a crazy volatile day, guys. So maybe some euphoria before the 2 p.m. rate decision, but I am expecting a quite of a volatile start of the day, and after that, Okay, my screen share is okay. And after that, I think as we are getting closer and closer to the 2 p.m. decision time, the market is going to maybe to slow down a bit in the volume as well. And around 1:30, we see some life again in the market. And definitely before 2 p.m., it's going to get crazy. So please be careful today. It's definitely going to be a crazy, crazy time. Hi, Uri. Hi, Lee. Good morning to you. Tara, you got the newsletter. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Roger. Happy you like it. Okay, traders. So indeed, as I've told you, not only the Fed decision is the only economic news for today, but definitely this is the most important. There is no doubt. But so far, we got out some housing market numbers, which was much better than expected. So that's good indeed. We are expecting 10:30 crude oil inventories, and after that, only the 2 p.m. federal funds rate decision. Plus, again, please don't forget, it's not over yet because FOMC press conference is going to be continued as well at 2:30 p.m., which I'm sure is going to be um, with a lot of questions, especially regarding the economy and how the Fed, especially Powell, sees the near future. Regarding the news, not too much. Everyone is waiting for the Fed, actually. I see Powell face everywhere when I just go in the financial media, actually. So, and the big question again, just repeating myself, the biggest question at the moment, whether it's going to be the 25 or the 50. As you know, and I told you yesterday as well, the odds for the 0.50 rate cut increased significantly since last Friday. So everyone, most of the, I would say, most of the market participants are expecting the 0.50. Let's see what's going to happen though at 2 p.m. We have some stocks on the move indeed. And the stocks on the move are especially LU1R. It's a lower price stock, but looks like a really strong one. Snap news out, CRM, Newmont Corporation news. So we are just going to go there soon. Surprisingly, the Bitcoin started a nice pullback already. So I'm going to watch Bitcoin. Today it's still under the 60,000, but yesterday DVG's Bitcoin or a coin trade was amazing, and Scott's trades were just amazing as well with the coin. Unbelievable, nice. No, it was Scott's call. Sorry, Scott. I sometimes because I know DVG likes the coin very much. He likes trading it, but I remember yesterday it was Scott's big call, and actually I just get into this call as well over 164, and this was one of my big winners. So thank you, Scott. So actually very nice move on the coin and the Bitcoin yesterday. I'm going to keep an eye on that as well. AVGO, Broadcom news are out as well. This is on my list, but I'm just going to start it soon. Futures are slightly green, of course, but as I've told you, I think it's going to be quite moderate until 2 p.m. with lots of volatility. Asian stocks quite of mixed. Hang Seng much stronger than the Nikkei because Nikkei economic news were not that good. And Europe, it's quite mixed. It started green, but after that it started to slump. So now, at the moment, only the DAX is in a small green, but the part of the biggest part of the European stocks are in red. All right. Unemployment measure, you've never heard of this flashing or recession warning. Oh yes, of course, everything is just about are we going to go or head for a recession or not yet. How the Fed's rate decision could unravel a big bond market recession bet. Yes, the second or the third question regarding this federal funds rate cut, whether how the bond market is going to impacted by that. I would say with a 50 basis point, it's going to get a really, really ugly drop there. So let's be careful if you are trading bonds at all. So actually, every second headline, it is about the rate cut, which is not a big surprise. But as I've told you, we still have some great stocks which started to move before the market opens. And let's see which ones are these, especially United States still in the news again, Traders X, and it's definitely on my long list because it looks like that this decision whether the Nippon still can buy them or not is just postponed until December. So actually, this is great news for the X. Anyway, I think personally that this big drop, it was a bit overreaction on the X. So now it's up 3.51%, and I like it. Put it to my long list. Hi, Martins. Good morning to you, or good afternoon. Sorry, because you are in Europe. Okay, so to the long side, I'm going to get X. As I've told you, good news for the stock. General Mills, as far as I remember, it was, the earnings before the market closed, or before the market opened, sorry, and it's up 1%, no, lower 1%. I've seen it higher. Never mind, it's not a big mover anyway. So GIS at the moment, no, it's down already 3%. And now it doesn't look so bad for the moves. I love this extended daily chart on the GIS, and even if it just got not that good numbers after the earnings, I think this can be a great, great potential for the short side traders. I really like this stock to the short side. Pre-market volume is not that bad either, 3% down. Yeah, let's just put it to the short side now. Good morning, Mark. Nice to see you. Okay. Casella Waste System is here as well. Stock is in the recycling company pulled back more than 4% after it announced plans for a 400 million equity offering of its Class A common stocks. I don't particularly like this type of news with, stocks offerings, because usually it's kind of a done deal and then the stock doesn't know which direction to go. At the moment, anyway, as you can see, it's down 5%, 180,000. But the average volume of the stock is very low, traders. I don't like that type of stocks which has such a low daily average volume. So let's just leave it. I mentioned you Lunar. Lunar got LUNR, which is intuitive machines actually. And this seems like it's just heading to the moon at the moment with a beautiful new NASA contract. So I'm going to watch this lower price stocks not just now, but in the future as well, because as you can see, this is really just ahead of a bright future. Beautiful small stock with a great potential. I'm going to put it to the long side. Also, let's be careful because this is definitely a bit too much to the upside, 55%, but maybe after a small pullback, we can see some move there. Here is RMD as well, ResMed 2.7% lower light trading volume following a downgrade on by Wolf Research. Ouch, that's not nice. Wolf Research. Let's see if RMD it's eligible to a short play. Not really very low volume. I'm just going to put it to the secondary list traders. Here is Amir's list as well. Scott already put out his list, and he has INTC to the short. Yeah, INTC is quite of a weird stock in this recent days. VFC Corporation nicely up on a Barclays upgrade. This can be still on our watch list here. VFC, beautiful. Not bad. Let's see on the long side. Okay. Microsoft and BlackRock are the last one on the CNBC list. Microsoft and BlackRock shares traded marginally higher after the companies planned to raise $100 billion together to invest in AI data centers and power efforts. So let's see whether Microsoft finally can break this 440. It just trigged me yesterday again. Now it's slightly up. I'm going to put it to my long side. Let's see if it can go to this 440 again and break it. And BlackRock, usually I don't trade that stock. And I mentioned you a little bit more stocks here from my newsletter as well. I just found CRM, which is unveiling a shift in its AI strategy at Dreamforce this week. So my CRM can be on our watch list to see whether it can continue get a little bit higher. CRM, I'm going to put it to the long list here. Also, we need a bit more volume here because the pre-market volume not that good. LUNR I was talking about, and Snap is in the news as well. As CEO Evan Spiegel introduced an upgraded version of Spectacles, smart glasses, pushing the company's augmented reality efforts forward. So let's see whether Snap can be our mover today. And please, traders, if you have anything on the list, just let me know. As I see, Amir likes Tesla to the long side, ARM and NVIDIA, of course. So does Scott as well. Hi, Steve. Good morning to you. Nice to see you. Hi, Julie. Pre-market volume NVIDIA is pushing to 3 million. Well, yeah, that's a lot. Really? Let me just check it. Yeah, NVIDIA, it's a big question now whether it can be a continuation over this 115. What? It's for me, it's 6 million already. Wait, I'm just checking my other one. There is 6 million as well. That's a lot, but well, it's daily volume is still around like 200 million. Julie, but yeah, that's having a really high pre-market volume. Interesting indeed. I've seen TGTX in the meantime as well on my long list. I'm going to put it there. And Roku is the other one, which is higher 1.4% and looks like as a possible continuation on the daily chart. I'm going to put it to my secondary list only. CRM, I put it on the list already. And to the short side, I've seen PSC, which is PLCE, which is the children's place, which was just pumped from $6 to $18, and now maybe the time is here for a short. I mean, not short covering, but profit taking. So PLC, I'm going to put it to my secondary list for a watch. UPST, I see it's much weaker than the other lower price stocks. It's 1.3% lower. I'm going to put it to my secondary list as well. And regarding the short list, the GIS is here because of the not that good numbers. PLTR, it's quite weak, but on the daily we know it's very strong, but I'm going to keep an eye on it. What else here? CWST, it was in the news, but I'm afraid of the pre-market volume actually on the CWST, WDC, which I see is still weaker, but only 1%. So actually, I must tell you, traders, I cannot see too many to the short side, and I'm not going to force it either. But here is Mark's list. Very much appreciated. Thank you, Mark. You're watching VFC, Google, definitely. AMD to the long side, GIS, Roblox, and Walmart to the short side. Thank you for your list. Let me just check Walmart. Wow, that's what it is if not extended. I completely agree with the Walmart. I'm going to put it to the secondary list, and Roblox as well. Maybe this is a bit extended as well, this stock. Slightly green, but I see what you mean. WMT, I like it. I'm going to put it on the list. All right, traders. So today, again, please don't forget, no more economic news though till the only crude oil inventories, till the big event of 2 p.m. of the federal funds rate decision. But as this is a really significant day in the U.S. economy history, I would say that be careful with this morning and until 2 p.m. 2 p.m. definitely is going to be very crazy and volatile. And don't forget that not only 2 p.m. but 2:30 as well because of the FOMC press conference. So here is the watch list. Just going to post it to the guidance room as well. And I'm just going to wish you a beautiful green morning and even a more green or deep green afternoon with the FOMC press conference especially. Hi, Gareth. Hi, David. And again, traders, regarding the TEFS accounts, if you were asking about it, yes, that's true. TEFS restarted the funded account packages under new management and together with acquiring the TradeNet side, and I'm going to be the analyst and the support for the test packages. So if you are interested in that, please just drop me an email or just reach out here to me in the trading room. All right, traders, so have a great green morning, and I'm going to see you tomorrow. I'm going to come back for this afternoon because I'm sure I want to trade this beautiful event of the Fed. So see you everyone later.
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a Wednesday hump day, middle of the week. 2 days behind us, 2 days in front of us, and we're smack dab in the middle. And what a day today is going to be. We've got Fed Day today where the interest rates probably are going to be lessened, brought down by possibly 0.25% or more. We'll see what happens today. Again, if you haven't been through this before, let me just throw out a word of caution. You're going to be really good out of the gate this morning, probably for the first 30 minutes, maybe to an hour, and then it's going to be slow going up until the 2 o'clock time frame today. We'll take you up to 11:30 today. We're going to pause, and then we'll come back at 2 to get the State of the Union here from the Fed, see what we do, and then we'll close out the day today here in the 44 Trading Room. Well, what a week it's been. What a great trading day it was yesterday. If you joined us yesterday, we had over 85% of our traders right here in this room profitable for the day, and that is the litmus test. That is what we're all about here, profitable trading. We trade the morning session each and every day. We really appreciate you being involved today. Hey, coming up today at 11 o'clock is the training session with Amir Barak. We've got mentoring today at 11 o'clock with Amir Barak. He'll be right here. He's got a great training session for everybody. And oh, by the way, you heard from Aggie. You're hearing it from this week. And now from myself, we do have the TEFS sponsored packages for training and trading. You'll get with Aggie. Leave her a private message or Aggie's email. Aggie, if you want to put your email up here in the room so that everybody can get a hold of you, get you taken care of and get moving on their package. Let's put Aggie's email up here in the room, and then she'll take care of you. She's working on that side of the business, working on the side here in the room. And as we transition to our new platform, we will have Aggie be part of that as well. So that's all coming along. It's just taking us more time than what we anticipated here. Got to get the website back and dialed in for the new upcoming transition here. So bear with us here. It is going to happen. We keep talking about it a million times. But again, we've got this all planned out, and we're going to move forward with it. So once we get Aggie's email up here in the room, you can contact her directly about any type of training packages that you might be looking forward to here as we roll forward. Okay, let's talk about these markets, get you prepared for the day here. We're going to talk about everything underneath the sun and a little bit more. Good morning to everybody on YouTube this morning. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being part of the greatest trading room on the planet. We sure do appreciate your patronage each and every day. Appreciate what you do for us there. Smash that thumbs up button for us as well. Sure do appreciate that, and we would love to have you right here in this room. You can do that each and every day by plugging into the, there we go, by plugging into the room here with the free 7-day free trial. Would love to have you here in the room as we get going here each and every day. So it's going to be a fun day today. Looking forward to trading with everybody, and here we go. Let's talk about these markets here this morning. First of all, we'll start off with Asia in the overnight session where we saw the Nikkei rise 177. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 238, and Shanghai and China up 13. All three markets higher in Asia. Europe still in session right now. A little different color there. German DAX up 22. FTSE in UK down 43, and the CAC 40 in Paris down 26. We've got four markets higher, two markets lower, putting pressure on the U.S. futures to the upside here now this morning. Dow futures up 49 points. S&P futures up 8.75, and the NASDAQ futures up 54.5. Oil's down 55 cents, still above $70 per barrel. And if you're in the gold patch this morning, well, another record here almost on gold. $2,603.90 per troy ounce, $11.50 up today. Silver's up 2 pennies, copper's up about the same. Platinum's down, palladium is down this morning. Well, stock futures here just rising slightly here this morning, and everybody out there is debating, talking about how high, how big of cut is the Fed going to have today. Again, I think it's going to be a quarter point. That's what everybody's talked about. I would be so surprised if this administration came out with a half-point cut. That would probably send the futures and the market right through the roof to the high side. But I think we're going to be talking about soft landing, soft impact, soft way back here for the economy. So I think that's what's to expect today. And again, that is about it for the day. You're going to have this market here the morning just come out of the chute, probably fairly healthy, and then we'll have to reassess here as we get later on into the morning. Remember, 11 o'clock here, we will have the mentoring session by Amir Barak right here in this room. And as we go forward today, 2 o'clock will be the Fed announcement. 2 o'clock will be the live session here. So we'll get the bump at 2, and then 2:30 we'll get some more color on what has happened here. Okay, that should be it for the day. Tupperware files for bankruptcy, non-really event for us here, and mortgage demand surges 14% higher as interest rates hit a 2-year low. So those of you that are out in the housing market right now should have some relief coming forward as those interest rates are getting lower and people starting to take notice of that. And that's why the mortgage demand is up 14%. So anything around the housing market today, the builders could be in play. Okay, let's say good morning to everybody here in the room. And then after that, we will get this day ready to rock and roll today. All right, let's see here who we've got in the room today. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. David, good morning. Kev, good morning to you. Justin, good morning. Packages are not available in the U.S. Nope. Sal, good morning. Yep. Garrett, good morning. Ed, good morning to you. DVG, what do you say? Good morning, my friend. Great day yesterday. Jared, good morning. Scott V, good morning. Len, good morning to you. Vess, good morning. And Tim R, good morning to you. Great to have you here in the room today as we get this day started on the Wednesday. Remember, today is a mentoring day. All right, let's talk about these markets this morning. I'm going to give you a couple of stocks to watch here this morning as we get the day started. First stock is going to be, I think, one that DVG played yesterday or traded yesterday. It's going to be Microsoft MSFT this morning. This is going to be long over 425, right? No, 435. Yeah, 435. Yep. Okay, long 435. Yep, there we go. Next one is going to be LUNR 850. Small share size. I mean, small size stock here, but stock is up huge, almost 3 points for the day. Why can't it continue, right? 8.50. Okay. And then last but not least, a short here, CWST. CWST, we're spreading our wings today away from some of the more popular stocks like NVDA. We'll still watch that stock this morning, but definitely CWST short this morning. And this is going to be under the magical number of 100. So I really like this play because of where it's at on the scale, but we'll have to see if there's that much more downside to it here. Okay, Microsoft just came down just a little bit here. We are open for business this morning. Let's have a great day of trading. Looking forward to trading with everybody here this morning. DVG, good morning.
Hi, Scott. DVG traders. Morning.
Morning, Amir. We're going to get that Microsoft trade right out of the gate here this morning. 435 entry. $0.13 to go, 20 cents to go to the upside here. Watch CWST and watch Lunar. LUNR. Best, good morning to you. Morning, Tim.
Good morning, 44 Trading Nation. I'm starting to build a short. Just got in 7:05 Netflix. Okay. Sorry for that, guys. Been today's going to be a fascinating day. I'll just say
it will be.
Definitely some opportunity to be right and wrong all at the same time. So just trying to find names that are a little bit higher than they should be. Names like Netflix, obviously, it's all-time high 7-11. So definitely Doesn't have to retreat too much, but you know, I'll take my wins where I can. So I should take a partial here in a moment on Netflix. I like the 702 handle. Good trade. Today's kind of going to be picking shots and getting out of the way. Tesla looking nice, Nvidia looking nice. I'm really going to be focusing quite a bit on the SPY and the Q today as we approach that 2 o'clock and 2:30. It's also worth noting there's a ton of other big events this week. We've got quad witching on Friday. It's going to happen. And then also Bank of England and Bank of Japan talk about their proposed cuts and or not this week. So again, a lot of potential volatility coming up this week. So being on the right side of the trade is always a good thing.
DVG, you like anything short this morning? There goes Lunar. I am long LUNR. LUNR this morning.
Yeah, I'm short right now. Netflix. I took a partial down at 702 print, but I'm happy to hang on for a bit. I'm also watching Tesla for potential short, and it's not so much to just who knows if we start to just aim lower, then we aim lower. Right now, guys, I was doing a ton of research on, like, frankly, what all the institutions are talking about, and there has not been more confusion from these institutions about, is half a point a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Is it a great thing? Is it a quarter point? Is it I mean, there's so much, like, you could be wrong and right all at the same time. Like, there's not a unified agreement on what's to come, which is kind of weird. What we do know is names like ENPH. I'm actually keeping an eye on it right now at 120. Names that'll benefit from rate cuts. Like, it's just important to note who they are. So I'm watching a lot of the REITs today. So watching anything in the real estate side of the house. And also names like ENPH Solar, FSLR, right? Coin, wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit of an uptick there. But
here's target on Lunar is going to be $9. $9. If we get this trade, this is going to be big here. Full share size trade for me. Price of the stock's only $8.50. So easy to take advantage of it. Let's make sure you get the direction right. Here we go. $9 target. LUNR.
I'm gonna take a little more off of Netflix here. Another small partial. We'll leave some on there. But well, I don't want to say easy money today, but I like it when a plan comes together.
No doubt.
All right, guys, keep an eye on MU here, right above the close. So 89 bucks. Let's see how it behaves here. Could be a potential for a long or a short, but take a look at what the Qs are doing right now. Microsoft pulling back, Tesla pulling back. Let the market open a bit and see what happens. Big key levels for me as well on the Qs. It's the level we've been talking about, right? Which is 474 to 476. It needs to stay above 474. Ideally above 476 for the Qs to continue to move higher.
Yeah, Lunar should not have a problem with 9. If you look at the pre-market or post-market from yesterday, it was well above 9. So sorry about that, DVG.
I like your Lunar. I like those small cap, right, Scott?
Yeah.
I like them working immediately. When it doesn't work immediately, you know.
Hopefully nowhere to go but up.
But up, yeah. Guys, I wrote you Marna. I mean, it's a second day momentum. Hopefully it's going to do. Yesterday it got like, I had an amazing trade in mRNA. Potential there is a closing gap 79, so if we're gonna see, I want to see more volume, not a lot of volume. Hopefully it's gonna be let it grow. So
Okay, let's see if we get some bulls to show up in the market now that the Q's touched the close there. We have a real small position left on Netflix, by the way. Trimmed up on the way down to 701. It's a nice profitable trade there. I'm going to keep my eye on the IWM as well. One of those so-called benefactors of the rate cut. That said, I'm wondering if we put in a high today. All right, MU 88.40 right here. I'm going to start a short position. Happy to add.
Come on, Lunar.
MU 88.40.
Which one is that? That's MU. Let me put it up here because this other stock is not moving here this morning. Okay, 88.40.
Got a nice break on Netflix now at 700. Just broke the 700 print. Let's see if we can get some more follow through. Just have a small position left, 100 shares. Let's see. Keeping an eye on end phase. I'd like to see a pullback on end phase to around that 115 level before I consider a long. And I'm watching coin. Coin to me is kind of like, we talk about the canary in the coal mine. That's going to be my canary today, I think. Comes a break on MU. If I break 88, I'll add to it. Keep an eye now on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is kind of representative of the chip sector right now, naturally. No surprise there, but watching NVIDIA and SMCI side by side, it's kind of interesting to see. SMCI had a nice push higher this morning and now following the leader. So looking for the break on MU around 88 bucks, and I'll hit it for a nice, full size position. Very calm this morning, trying to not get irrational. Netflix, obviously, a nice, 5-point winner this morning.
Okay, Lunar stop loss is going to be 750. A little slow to start this morning, DVG.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I really think, we've been talking a little bit about it. Like bulls can easily bulldoze any shorts that start building right now. The people are looking at data that are parallel to 2007, and it's pretty wild, the similarities, but we're in like two completely different markets. From a data standpoint, they look very similar. But as far as there's not really a banking crisis per se yet, but we are seeing default levels increase, right, on whether it's auto loans, credit cards, all this other stuff. So it's the health of the overall economy or the consumer, you could say, is waning a bit. But it's part of the reason, like for me, I'm looking at having some short positions, trying to find opportunities for where there could be, some long exposure, i.e. the SPY, which is kind of really, going into this 2 o'clock, I'm leaving as much powder dry as I possibly can, because whatever the move's going to be today, we should see some follow through, given that we have quad witching on Friday, Bank of England tomorrow, and Bank of Japan Friday. I mean, that's just a lot of macro data to consume. And I want to make sure that two things. One, I'm on the right side of the trade, but you don't want to get run over.
Yeah, no doubt.
Days like today, that could easily happen. So, as I'm short, let's say, for example, right now, Netflix, we just broke a low. I may trim up a little bit more. I'm going to leave like 50 shares, 20 shares, whatever it is, in the spirit of Amir, right? Let it grow. But in this scenario, a day like today,
we need let it go today. As I see the opening, we need the trade to go first before they grow. Nothing go.
Yeah.
Nothing. Except Apple. Apple is very consistently high.
Well, I hate to do this, but I'm going to try to go back to the bread and butter today. I'm looking at NVIDIA now, and I will take that over the 115.40. What is that? 115.60. There we go. 115.60. So let me post this here. Don't have a lot of volume yet this morning, and the moves that we're witnessing here are not that great so far. So VDA.
Again, I think a lot of people are going to be waiting for that 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Print.
Long over 115.60. Yeah, we're going to get some. It's going to slow down in a hurry.
I might put some call options out on Qs. Let's see. Man, they're expensive. They're not.
How far out are they?
Yet tomorrow. I'm looking at, you could obviously look for today, but like maybe give it a day. But I'm looking at stuff that's out of the money for a call option at 477, which is really the level I want to see to break out for bulls to kind of regain dominance in the market. I mean, obviously it's still in a bull trend, but
we're gonna take Tesla, guys. 229.
Yeah, that I was looking at the same thing right there earlier, actually.
Tesla 229. We'll give it like a 60-cent stop.
Watching NVDA for the trade now.
All right, I'm gonna take a little more off of Netflix. I'll let 20 run, and that's that autopilot. Find the next trade. Watching coin, watching Tesla, Boeing, and phase. I thought I'd get a bigger move on MU. I'll still hang on to it for a little bit longer. Here comes the break on Netflix, guys. Look at that. Cha-ching. 696. Let's go. 695 now. Oh, that is awesome. Granted, I wish I had my full position. That's okay. Beautiful move. Beautiful move.
What's happened there? Everybody moved to Disney.
True.
Nah, I don't think so. Nobody can compete.
No, it's just I think it's hedges. That's it.
Yeah.
Check out MCI. Amir, our favorite stock to trade together.
MCI?
Look at that thing. East.
Call me when it's gonna. Oh, false. It's not so beast, they don't have the same move that they used to. Like the capitulation and yeah, I see. Yeah, not impressed like I was, few weeks ago, months ago when it was bigger. I don't know. I'm watching X. I saw that also Scott mentioned it. No, I'm just watching. No trigger, nothing.
10 left on Netflix. This might care less what happens to the rest of them. Wow, SMCI though. I would have loved to take that trade long.
It wasn't even on my radar this morning. SMCI. Watch the NVDA trade this morning.
When you start to have position in X above 85 and above the 37 round, I'm gonna add more. Have a nice triangle right now, but if it's gonna break 64, trigger is not relevant.
Microsoft here might be interesting at 433. Let's keep an eye on that.
mRNA is not doing nothing. Still watching the 229 in Tesla. Still watching.
Or 3280. I'm going to start building my Microsoft long position. 3280.
Watch the breakout trade here on NVDA. In 115.60, I will enter the trade. Still in the lunar trade, nothing happening.
No, we still don't get filled yet on Microsoft. This might be where we get filled. Let's see. Watching BlackRock right next to Microsoft. Big news for the two of them, you know, joining forces to try to build strategic funding platform or mechanism for AI. You know what? I talked about coin yesterday and going long coin. By the way, canceling Microsoft just because I don't like this breakdown. Might be able to get a better entry on Microsoft, so cancel. Oops, cancel Microsoft. I'm gonna do it coin 162. It'll be a build position though. I was talking about it all day yesterday. Scott, you took it, made some dough on it, so I'm gonna give it a go today. See how it works out. I'll give it 1 point, and it's a build position, so if I get out, I can always buy it lower if I feel like, you know, get a bounce or something. But
X is in. Add above 37. High of the pre-market is almost $1 from our entry.
okay, coin, let's go. Lift off, please. Apple doing. Amazon. Guys, ENPH should break out here above 121-ish.
Hey, traders, watch the NVDA trade. Here we go. In 115.60, I have two trades on right now: Lunar and NVDA. Coming up to NVDA, I should say.
I have to get stopped out of coin. The Tesla 229 there. Did you get in there, Amir?
Yeah. I have an order. Yeah. It's a good volume bar. Just need two. Just needs another one. Then it's gonna be perfect.
Traders, remember today is mentoring day, 11 o'clock. We're going to have Amir come in here. Great topic today. I think you're going to love it. I know many of you love to listen to Amir. He's a great trainer, a great teacher. That's happening today, right here in this room at the at 11 o'clock. And if you're on YouTube, you're not going to get that, but it's part of being here in the room, the mentoring session. So YouTube will be off for the mentoring, and then back on this afternoon. Amir, we appreciate what you do for us each and every week. Thank you.
Qs look like they're firming up. These options are just so expensive.
I don't know if you heard me this. I don't know if you guys heard me this morning, but I told the traders, I said today is going to be one of those days where, we're going to get out of the chute fairly quick, fairly easy, and then I'm long NVDA, and then there's going to be a lull, and it's perfect day for training today because there's going to be zero going on until that 2 o'clock, 2:30 area today.
There goes the NPH. I didn't take it, but I've watched. That was one of my long candidates for the day. Tesla, nice move. Very nice move.
Yep.
See if we can get some lift off on coin. 165 first target. See what else is going on.
Okay, X. We have the round number and we have the view up, so
May close out my MU position.
Just Tesla.
It's not really moving very much.
Was watching Scott instead of Nvidia. I was watching, but I was hesitant. Was watching ARM. See what this one did, Nvidia, and what ARM is doing.
Target on NVIDIA is going to be that 115.80 up towards 116. We'll see what we can do here, see if we can let it grow or not. Lunar's coming down. I could add that Lunar over the VWAP line. We'll see what happens. Yep. Now pull back on NVIDIA. Not a lot of follow through so far.
Nope. Okay, Qs should take off here above 474.50. Target there would be 476.44. Just not seeing a lot of either side committing today. It's just kind of people getting out of the way of some positions, and maybe this sloppy chop. I may just sit on the sidelines and wait for Amir to do his thing. Yeah, it's going to be, I hate to put the whammy on it so early this morning, but we talked about it in pre-market today. It's one of those things where you've got to be careful
select the right stocks today because it's going to be, you know, it's going to slow down here as we get going. Just be careful. Keep your powder dry, as DVG says. Wait until that 2 o'clock and then let the fireworks come on. And be ready for any direction. Just because there's a half point or a quarter point rate cut does not mean that the market's going to just go up higher.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's already kind of baked in.
Yeah,
quarter
especially
point
at
at
the
least.
quarter. Yeah, especially at the quarter.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And then the reality is, if we get a half, is that a good thing? I mean, that's the real question mark I have. And I think there's a lot of sentiment in either direction. Like, well, yeah, half a point would be better than quarter point, but maybe not, because that's the Fed admitting, like, hey, we made a mistake. We probably should have cut sooner. Or, I mean, the optics on it are just not good. So, kind of curious to see what happens there. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I might. I'm gonna go make some tea right now. I've got my stop out there on coin. To build everything right now is a build
I
position
think
anyway.
you can eat a biscuit also,
Yeah.
DVG.
Yeah, I know it.
I
Right?
have breakfast and lunch.
Yeah. Nothing will happen. Take your time. Yeah.
All right, guys. I'll be right back.
A perfect move now, NVDA stretching to that 116 area. I want to come out 115.80 right around there. Just take 80 cents on the trade. About 20 cents to go now on NVDA. We've had it once before. It spiked up. See if it can do it again here.
One of the slowest opening, huh, Scott?
Yeah, really.
One of the slowest. Really, like.
Traders, I'm going to take that off here at the 90 on NVDA. Come out of the trade, secure a little bit of the profit. We're going to keep some of it here for a bigger move up. We'll take it off at the break of 116 to the upside. I should add to it, actually. And I am going to post a Microsoft trade now, a little bit different from before, at the 470, no, 420, 432, 432.40. 432.40 Microsoft. Microsoft long, MSFT, 432.40. Now, this trade here that we're getting into right now, right over the VWAP line, should be good for us, okay? So we'll keep an eye on this as we go forward now. Should start to run a little bit higher here. You watch that VWAP line. Already taken the NVDA off. Still in the lunar trade, LUNR.
X looking good. 20 cents on the ads. Looking good. Solid. Pretty straightforward. No partial yet. High of the day. Exactly high of the pre-market. 37.76. So like a 40 cent from here. With some daily resistance. Like $1 from here. So feel comfortable in that trade. Okay, X looking good, 50 cents. Marna, I'm out. Just, did like 30 cents and went directly to the stop. Tesla, still have position. X, more than full position. Yeah, Steve, I saw ARM, but didn't do nothing. Yeah. Was kind of hesitate, gazing. No excuses, but yeah, definitely. We posted you. Not a big stop. Like a 10 cents. It's a good mover if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, just to pull back here now on NVIDIA, rest of it, 115, I'll come out of it, the rest here, but we'll wait and see. Love Microsoft here, just waiting and being patient. Yeah, I'm surprised Lunar hasn't taken off, but again, diminishing volume on the stock, not much there really.
X guy.
I'll
Really
be right
solid
back.
movement.
Just give me 1 moment.
Who took the X trade, guys? You already took a partial then?
Well, look at that. Made some tea, came back. Coin is at $160.13. So you were exactly right.
I told you.
Not a whole lot.
Nothing changed.
I may actually go.
Nothing changed.
I may make
really.
a little snack for breakfast. I'm keeping an eye on MA though. MasterCard. I wanted to get it at that 500 level, but just kind of watching some other stuff. So let's see how it behaves down here at the 498 zone.
If you have a dog, it's a good time to go
take it for a walk.
Take him out. Oh, really? A big walk. Yeah, it's like don't see nothing. Except X. X is moving nicely, really. Higher low, don't jeopardize, full position, add, like in the book. I'm very realistic, lad. Not crazy, you know. You have to get the sense, you know, when to be a warrior and when to be a walker. Yeah, really. I'm really coming with a knife in my teeth, really. I'm ready to rock, you know, to rock and not to roll. But you get the sense, you know, you get the sense of the look at the range of the QQQ, look at the range of the SPY, and according wow, X guys. You see, I lost in Marna. Tesla, I reduced, and probably now I'm going to be out. So half lost.
Wow,
So
nice
I have
move
like
on
a
X.
unit and a half lost. And X right now is almost like 4-5 risk unit. I add above 37. So and I didn't take any partial yet. So this is, you know, like you can say I have only 33%, but pretty green. So you know, that's trading, you know. You need to cut where you have to, you need to let it go. And basically, this is like the promotion for the mentoring session. This will be exactly the top, you know, because not every trade you need to let, and there's all kind of variable that you need to follow. And that's what we're going to talk 11 o'clock, you know, to define when you need to let it go, when you need to let it go.
Perfect.
And not, you know, stuck in a moment in wishful thinking, you know. This is not a professional for dreamers. Definitely not. What was the reason? First, I like the name. No, what was the reason? It was one of the candidates. Look, and I think also Scott. Good volume.
Yep, it was
good
in play this
pre-market.
morning with a nice gap this morning.
Tons of institutional, amazing levels. The first trade was even started because there was a nice triangle under the view up, above the view up, round numbers, add, edge, risk rewards, amazing. So basically you go back, you see all the variable, and that's it. a lot. You need to define what you need to do. I'm going to tell you exactly, for example, what I did with LUCL. Because I'm watching those guys immediately when the small caps, I want to see immediate, passion. If not, they're going to play me around. I got out like 10 cents under. And I don't have any problem above 840 if it's going to break to take it again. I don't know yet where is the stop, but again, this is the way I'm trading, watching, those caps and what they do. And so Scott, I think, is still there. I think he said his stop was 750. And
we'll see. I mean, 9 o'clock, $9 top side move here on LUNR. And we'll see if we can get it here.
You have 920, Scott. In the pre-market, the high was 920. I saw it. So
I hope we get there.
If the passion will come there, it's gonna go above 9. Like if it's gonna follow, the routine of those crazy moves. What's the daily looks like? The weekly we need to go. No daily. Yeah. Look at the weekly. We have a wick. Well, 1325. We can compromise in the middle, huh, Scott? Between 9 and 13.
Yeah,
let's compromise 11.
Why not, right? Why not?
Yeah. Guys, under 37.50, I'm gonna take the first partial in it's a big partial on X. Just because it's a round number, it's more than a double amount, and yeah. 37.50. Okay. What else I can do? I'm throwing 5 cents trailing stop for the partial. It's still going. Of 60, 76. I like to read the level 2. It actually strengthens me why I'm in the trade, understand it more, see the difference, between time and sell. And okay, I'm partial. Got 50 something. I don't know, 50. Those partial in X. I can raise my stop right now.
Come on, Lunar. Come on.
Under 37, something like this.
Let's go, Mark. I hope it does too. Got good share size here.
Should, it's in your head, Mark. Yeah. We need to see it. You get used to the new neighborhood, Scott?
Not in yet. We close on the 27th, so next Friday. And then I will get.
You didn't move yet? You didn't move yet?
Well, we moved. Yeah, we moved.
Okay.
We're in. We're not at our new place yet, so it's coming.
You're in a temporary place until you're going to fix
a condo,
everything?
Yep. Kind of like the middle grounds here. I need Lunar to help pay for it right now. Let's go.
Throw 912, Scott, for the partial.
Yep.
I think if it's going to break 880, look at the volume bars. It just rises every bar.
Yep.
And I'm watching in even the 2 minutes and 5. Yeah, it's growing, Scott.
I had written it off because of volume, but I'm hanging in there with it.
I see right now. I see right now, and this is exactly. I got in at 840, guys. 840. It was a 20-cent stop. We didn't break the high yet, huh? 878. Not yet.
Come on, Lunar, go baby, go. Got to get over that 880, and then we should secure that that $9 range. You could see on my pre-market chart, post-market actually from yesterday, we were up 920 area. So 9 should not be a problem. Let's see if we can get it here.
Everything's very choppy. I see the charts. Very choppy, really. I'm watching even Tesla. It looks terrible. Yeah. U is not relevant. I'm watching PDD, nothing, NEO. With the 9 EMA cutting the VWAP in LUNR, it usually make it stronger. So if we're gonna break 863, X. Good that we take a partial. Now I want to see if we bounce from the VWAP. Forgot to mention to look at Intel, which definitely from the low it just did like 25 cents, but it was one of my candidate which I forgot about.
I hate to disappoint the community. I'm just not taking a ton of these trades right now. Obviously, Netflix paid off. We have a bank some profit there. Coin, we're still in a long position there. I've got to stop just under 161, so like 160.80 or so. I just got a phone call to go run a quick errand I got to take care of, but I'll be back for your session, Amir. Keeping an eye again on financials.
Take your time. Take your time. You don't miss nothing. DVG, really.
Yeah,
even
no,
the scanner.
I think right.
Even the scanner,
Yeah.
I see him typing, "Go away, Amir. Go away. Go away."
Well, no. So I think so. Someone asked it in the chat, like, "Are we going to be here at 2:00?" I guess I know for sure I'll be here. Scott, Amir, are you guys planning on being here too?
I will
be.
2
and 2:30 are the big time frames today. So 2:00 we'll get the official print. 2:30 we'll get Powell, sharing his perspective.
Yes.
Yeah. Again, I'm kind of leaving some bearish. Looking at names like Netflix, Costco, the high flyers. I have an eyeball on like even frankly like Goldman Sachs maybe. Start building a small short position on Goldman Sachs. So I don't know. I'm okay with waiting is the point I'm getting at today. So we'll see you guys in a bit. I know Amir, you'll be on at 11. I should be back by then.
I'll be 11. I wanted to be on 2:00, but I have a date with my wife in a bar wine. So let's say the Fed or my wife. I think it's better to go to the bar wine. Yeah. You're gonna tell me tomorrow what's gonna happen there.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I'll be back here in a bit, guys. Give me like maybe 30 minutes or so. We'll see you soon.
All right. Take care.
Elad, how many hours? Probably it's not gonna be more than 30 minutes. I don't like, a long talk. I think we can get, again, if there are many questions, definitely I don't have any specific time for that. Just a second, Elad. Just a second. LUNR is waking up. We like it. Well, usually it's like 20 minutes, not more than this. I don't like to spend more time, We have a presentation and I think it's gonna be pretty good. X. We have a good support here on the VWAP. If we're going to break the high, definitely we can raise the stop under 37.17, like few cents under. Just want to see us bouncing.
Got nothing really to
Scott,
report here.
it's going to break. It's going to break. I see the volume.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm long and strong in the trade, so I'm all in favor of it.
Me too. Me too. $69 million. What is the R volume there? I'm assuming it's amazing. Probably only 50 R vol. And this is a stock with 7.6 million shares on a daily basis. Okay, here it is. Wow.
Go. Now we're looking great. A great share size here, so I'm going to be taking advantage of this trade. I'm out of the NVDA trade. The only thing I have going on right now is Lunar.
This is a good trade. Thank you, Scott. I used to watch those kind of things. I love them, and I didn't. But this is the beauty of the room. Styles merge together. So
that brings up a good point. It's not. That's why the community is so strong. It's not just Scott or Amir or DDG or Aggie or Clifton or anybody calling out a trade here. It's the collective community that does that. So those of you that contribute, that post your trades, that post your watch list, thank you for doing that. All in tune here.
Okay. Okay. Wow.
Go, keep going. Let's get that $9 taken out here. Let's really move this thing.
What time frame are you watching it, Scott?
Got 5 minutes on. 5.
Yeah. Looks amazing on 5. Looks good on 2 even. We have like 2 minutes and 37 there.
A little spike and pullback, that's just fine. I'd love to see it now take off. This would be great for us. Oh. Come on, keep rolling here. A little pullback, and then hopefully we take off.
Look at Apple, Scott.
Yeah.
Wow.
Take a look at it here. Come on, Lunar. Come on. Yeah, nice break on an Apple. Here comes $9. Come on.
You actually can put it on the 5-minute line of a trend from the higher low of the stock. Only if it's break it, maybe you can take some profit, but right now it's still keeping the trend. I have 500,000 million shares right now.
Go. Come on. Don't mess around with us here. This will be a great morning if this thing hits $9 for sure. And Amazon, Jared, okay.
Scott, if it's not going to break the 9 right now, I'm going to take a profit here. Yeah.
Okay. I'll do the same
thing. I think it's, better to take some profits.
Yeah, I'm going to do it right here at the. Let me just grab this here on Lunar, and I'm just going to peel off half of it right here, LUNR, coming out of it. I don't need that much exposure here, and if we're not going to break, then I want to sell out, pay myself first here on Lunar.
I did also, Scott. 882. Yeah, I had a big amount, and yeah, definitely. Stop is under my view. The stop is under my stop is under the view up, like 830. It's basing too much.
Yep.
Another thing I can do is gonna do an ad above 9, but it has to be a scalp. Like, I'm not gonna give it more than 20 cents for the ads. Like, I see that it's basing around the 80s area. This is another idea because I see that the volume is increasing. Like the last 5-minute bars was like almost 5.6 million shares. We chose something, but again, so I'm gonna put an ad above 9.
Yeah, and how did you know? You know, that's the question. How do you know, Scott, when to kind of get rid of it? And it's just exactly what Amir said. You know, when it takes too long at the top to kind of finish the breakout, it gets a little slow. Volume declines a little bit. You just know that we're not going to make it through. Hopefully, we will. We'll see what happens here upcoming. But no reason to stick around and hope and wait and all the things that we don't want to do, we're doing to extend the trade, and there's no reason to do that. Yeah, maybe it's just a small pullback here on Lunar, and then maybe we continue, which is fine. I still have skin in the game. Yep, and Lunar right back down. Hopefully it bounces off of that VWAP line. Let's take a look at coin here, right where Lunar is, COIN. Yep, just this breakout right here, 164.18, 164. It's great. It's doing it on lower volume though, so just be careful.
It's good that we took a partial there, Scott. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect timing.
No, yeah, it's... Something is going on in PayPal, guys. I'm gonna take PLC. I'm gonna take half position. It's a little bit spready, although it is 16. But if you're gonna see the daily, there is a good momentum in the last week or so. We're in the middle of a range today. Yesterday was an amazing day. 16.15, high of the day 54, and then, so this is why it's a little bit bigger stop, but again, this stock can move. I traded it sometimes a few days ago. Tim, I don't think anything that happened in the market have a connection to LUNR. Those small cap, they are having their own market. Not that I see that it influenced the bigger one. I don't see a move in MU or in V. The only one that I see get crazy is Apple, not Tesla. It's happened, this is why, the wet dream of a trader, the stock started at 8 and suddenly in a blink of a second we are at 12, 13. Okay, this is the wet dreams. Usually it's not. And I was watching it a lot. This is why the first trade, after 10 cent lost, I got out and I got again. Because I want to see the big move immediately or so. If not, so mess, I see what they happen. They bring you to a high and then, big boom bar shorts like a million stocks or something like this that kick everybody stops, and I don't want those games. So usually I want to see, this is why we took the partial at the high. It's been there too long and there was a good volume and it didn't break, so gave me a concern. Right now this is the view of supports. My stop is 830, like 829. I'm not gonna give it under, I don't think. We're exactly on the support of the view up in the line. It's not a typical move of those kind of stocks. Let's see, I don't know. PRTG. Yeah, you see, PRTG is exactly what you said. You saw it 12.50, now it's 19, $7. Yeah, and we are not there, you see. We are struggling on 60 cents, which is okay, but yeah, this is the dream. This is the dream trade, Yeah, exactly. What a miss. It's not a miss, You know how many trades you miss. And you can get it all, I'm in LUNR because just Scott, mentioned it, but I'm gonna tell you, years ago, I think it was one of the, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030, 2031, 2032, 2033, 2034, 2035, 2036, 2037, 2038, 2039, 2040, 2041, 2042, 2043, 2044, 2045, 2046, 2047, 2048, 2049, 2050, 2051, 2052, 2053, 2054, 2055, 2056, 2057, 2058, 2059, 2060, 2061, 2062, 2063, 2064, 2065, 2066, 2067, 2068, 2069, 2070, 2071, 2072, 2073, 2074, 2075, 2076, 2077, 2078, 2079, 2080, 2081, 2082, 2083, 2084, 2085, 2086, 2087, 2088, 2089, 2090, 2091, 2092, 2093, 2094, 2095, 2096, 2097, 2098, 2099, 2000 pot stocks, whatever. I don't remember. I'm going to tell you a scenario. I got into a stock. I put a stop order, like getting into, I think it was toward the lunch. It was around 40, and it was a $1 stock, a $1 stop. So the price was around 40. So I put stop order because I didn't get there yet. I could put, the stop and this and the before. And I went. Suddenly I got, there was a good guide in the past used to trade here, and he called me. You have to go back to the computer. And suddenly something happened there. I came back. The stock was, and again, entry price was 40. It was 87. Okay. I
That's
was
nice.
freaking out. Yeah, I was freaking out. The first thing you're freaking out, first you take a partial. And then I freak out again, so I took another partial. You're getting so excited. Then I analyze, I mean, relax. What's going to happen? Okay, 100 round numbers. Okay, let's put it a little bit under and raise the stop under like 60 or something. I was proud of myself, and I kicked it from the computer, came back. You know what happened? I got 100, but you know where the stop got? To 140. So basically I got like, with the spread, I got it, I think 105. So I got like 65. Like, I was happy, but then, like a regular trader, damn it, it got 140 and I just got 105. So that was, the dream trade that I had. Yeah, it's never happened from there. Yeah. I was in the right place in the right moment, but so this is kind of answer, Muhammad. We didn't miss, sometimes you can be in the right place, sometimes. Yeah, but $1 stop, 40 something dollars partial, 50 partial, 60 partial. Yeah. Nah, it's beyond crazy. You just can't believe. When I came to the computer and I saw it, I thought I'm not seeing right. Like it was 40, now it's 86. I think it was the time when the pot stock, just got crazy. One of them got to 300 or whatever, and then they got short, and so I just got today like 4 trade, guys, which totally fine, and now I'm happy. There was not one of them is thank you for Scott LUNR, really good partial X. I got stopped, like I told you, under 17. Really good stop, really good partial and good profit. mRNA was a full loss. Tesla lost half. Pretty cool day, yeah. Going back, we now viewing my trades. Tesla definitely, 3 I'm okay. Marna, not just because I lost full. I definitely can see that I didn't have to. I was captured, but the momentum I had yesterday. And in my mind, I was not objective. I thought it's going to continue, but I saw the volume was not enough. So yeah. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes, even a lost trade can be fine. If there was a good reasons, definitely. To them, 50% success and really good. So Jimmy and MC. Yeah, but this one was like, think about it, was 40, like, 2-3 bars, something, it's jumped to 80. Yeah. GME, yeah. I did a little with those GME, not a lot. Still watching PLC. Just want to see if the price of the bid will go above. Don't think I'm gonna take, like, we have like a 5 minutes, guys, for the session of the mentoring. So I need to get dressed for the presentation, so I'm gonna be ready.
Maybe lunar again now. It's coming up on that 11 o'clock hour, about 5 more minutes. I'm going to take a break and call it a morning. Then I'll be back at 2 o'clock. In between, we've got, yeah, there we go. We've got Amir coming on now to do the mentoring here in about 5 minutes. And again, the only thing that I'm holding on to is a little bit of lunar stock, LUNR. And we should, I want to say NVDA will be a good trade too. You just never know going forward here, though.
LUNR, Scott, acting like a regular stock, like a mean regular, yeah. And don't like it so much, It should give us the big bars, and yeah, that's it. Not playing around with us. Don't look at this, Mukram. It's only gonna piss you off, yeah. Yeah, solid volume, everything is beautiful there. It is PRTG, which stock is this? Let me see. LUNR is industrial, it's on the weapons and everything, so yeah, PRTG is healthcare. Healthcare are crazy. Crazy stock. LUNR, aerospace, defense. So defense always good. Daily looks amazing of yeah. Who knows? Maybe you're gonna be surprised during the mentoring that we'll see, Scott, just a second to see if I can load the slide.
Yeah, go ahead. You can take over. Traders, that's going to do it for me. Amir's going to come on now. We're going to go through some mentoring and Q&A with Amir Barak. I will see everybody back here right around 2 o'clock. Amir, if you take them to the bottom of the hour, DVG will be back. And we'll be back at 2 o'clock, get you prepared for what I think is going to be a great, great complement to the market. We'll see if it holds. We'll see if the market sells off or if it moves higher. We'll be here for it. I'll see you back at 2 o'clock. Amir, it's all yours. Traders, get ready for some great mentoring from Amir Barak. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Scott. Hi, guys. Welcome to the session. Let's see how many people are here listening. Give me a thumbs up. Quick. 1, 2, 3. 1 from Clifton. 2 from Justin. Okay. Just want to get your attention. So again, the topic will be, because I got a lot of questions, like, people think that all my, just a second, just 1 second. things happen every day, and if you get yourself to the next level, definitely you can get, and it's not just going to make money. You're going to feel comfortable, and definitely it's an amazing, professional. I love to be every day to trade, and hopefully you. So thank you guys. Let's go back to the screen. And I think Scott didn't do it, but we can do this one. We can leave this one. Okay. Okay, so I can take away the ad in LUNR above 9, at least for now. Let's see what's going on in the market. Nothing. Apple looking good, guys. Let's watch Apple. Got to the VWAP. I love what's happened there. I'm gonna put Apple here. Yeah, Apple is in a good place. Again, if you want the recording, I think Clifton can give you, or you can email me, or no, I think Clifton. Clifton is a good address for that. Okay, Apple. Wow, did you see what happened in X? Wow, 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 wow. Broke the 37 above the VWAP. Wow, a new high. 2 bars. Amazing. Didn't see it. And usually I keep the chart of those trades after, because sometimes you can see after, you can get again. I'm watching Apple right now. We have kind of 2030. I'm going to start half position, and I will add at the finish of the 5 minutes. It's going to be above half position to 2013 with a 40-cent stop. Yeah. You can do it full position. 220, 220, 20, not 30. Okay? So it's gonna be like 30-cent stop. Did you enter a buy stop? What do you mean, Tim? No, above 220.20. 30-cent stop. I put an order, yeah. I like to use automatic orders. 220.20, yeah. You know, a few cents above. I like where it is. Yeah, it's holding nicely the VWAP. And risk reward amazing. I think it's the first pullback of Apple. The only thing that I'm not happy is the market is breaking, you know, to a new low, which is Nvidia and everything. So, yeah. So, even if it's gonna break, I'm gonna take half position, not a full one. I don't have problem to go sometimes with stocks against, but Apple is, you know, it's like usually sign of the market, and the market's doing like this down to take it opposite direction. I don't like it. Victoria's Secret is strong today, but there's nothing. I'm watching the PRTG. It's a little bit tricky one. Not gonna write it. 1710 $10. Don't take a full size. I'm gonna try with a very small size. Just playing around, you know. I don't really, but it's a good formation. I'll take half position. 1710. Stop under 16. Still good risk reward. High of the day is like 6 points from here. It's the first pullback. Let's see. Well, it's not relevant. I think it's broke the stop, so PRPG is not relevant. Yeah, I see Mark. But I don't see any shorts. I'm watching, I'm looking. No shorts. Let's go see sector. Chinese stocks. Let's see if we can see some Chinese. They're a little bit stronger. I know. Only PDDs. Technology is the worst and semi. Let's see from those sectors. Semiconductor and technology. Intel, yeah. Intel, I think it's a miss. It was on my radar today, one of my candidates, but I didn't do anything. Yeah, nothing. You want me to see something? Yeah. Microsoft? I don't see any advantage, it's at the low. To take something now at the low, we need something that maybe did a pullback or we don't have any advantage. We are strong, Julie. And there's nothing really. I don't see candidate, and I think, yeah, if you haven't taken any break because you didn't really want to miss the amazing mentoring session, definitely go away. Come back a little bit before. Maybe I'm going to be here Friday morning. Tomorrow I have some mentoring, so guys, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here, and trade safe, guys. Don't do ridiculous stock mistake that you're gonna be bothered after. Okay, so bye bye.
How's everybody doing? Good afternoon, 44 Trading Nation. Definitely keeping my powder dry till 2 o'clock decision. Watching the cues here, looking left, right? That sounds funny saying left, right in the same two words. But 471.80 area, kind of where we're at now. We break below 471. Let's see if we hold that 470.97. Like I want to see a, push there, maybe see a little bit of a minor bounce to get anything long off the bottom on the Qs. The SPY right now, 560, a big level. Netflix, we managed to get out of that trade from earlier today. Let it grow quite a bit, actually. So, 15 points on the runners, which is great. Maybe there's still more meat on that bone, but I don't want to risk it as we get closer to this 12 o'clock hour. I've been bearish coming into this, but I'm curious to see what happens, right? As far as there's so many ways to kind of slice and dice this information that's coming out. So plan accordingly. I always say, usually the first initial reaction is not always the direction that it's going to choose. But there's definitely two camps right now that are not in agreement, and it's smart money. So I definitely want to keep an eye on where those shifts are happening. I'm keeping an eye right now on names like NVIDIA, obviously the Qs and the SPY, kind of helping me understand like where we might see some movement. Obviously, markets are de-risking into this information, but it's our job as traders to take advantage of moves like this. Again, shorting the market right now, I thought was kind of a lower risk trade than going long, given that we were at the highs. But this could be an opportunity for us to buy the dip. So let's, be steady on the draw here. Again, I like the Qs here off this level right now. Does it move down to 470.90? Maybe, but maybe worth building a small position here off the bottom on the Qs. And then I can always add more or just get out of the way. So I may start to do that now using some options. In fact, I'll pick up a small batch right now, just in case we do in fact decide to move higher. Use add. If not, because it's a smaller size, even I'm doing the same thing with options, kind of building a position. And again, if it moves against, I'm happy to get out of the way. Keep an eye on NVIDIA at this 114 level. I'd love to pick up some shares at 112. I don't know if we're going to get it. But this 12 o'clock hour should be, probably some interest in markets. Not saying that we're going to take out the highs a day right out the gate, but maybe we see a little bit of balancing of people that's trying to get in front of the upcoming move or get out of the way of the upcoming move. So maybe we see some more selling. So right now on the Qs, again, I started a position in options, small position. And I'm happy to add, like I said, if we start to move in favor there. I think some of you are probably asking what's the strike. I'm looking at a 475 strike tomorrow expiration, call options. Picked them up for $2.65. Grabbed a handful of them. So again, my risk, if we start breaking down below that 471, we don't bounce. I can either choose to get out of the way, maybe take a small loss there. But if we start to bounce through the same level that I purchased, I might be enticed to buy more. Kind of that needle and thread that I talk about, where you break a level, go back through the level, you wait for it to go through the level you wanted, and then wait for it to come back up through that level, kind of like what NVIDIA is doing now. I'm watching that 114. Again, if it gets down to 112, I might be interested in buying. But overall, market's selling a little bit. Not surprising. 475, Paul. So again, I'm just grabbing a handful, kind of like treating it almost like a stock where I was buying a couple. If it moves against, like let's just say right now, if it breaks down below 470, doesn't even find any support in this 471 area again, I'll just get out of the way, right? And it'll be a small loss, but it's manageable, right? $50, something like that. But the opposite is true, meaning if we break down below and we see it bounce stronger to the upside, I'll happily add more to my position just to see if we find potential level here on the Qs. Obviously, yesterday's low, 470.97. So I think the probability of us getting even to 470.20 is a possibility. But because it's such a small position and we crushed it on this Netflix trade this morning, I don't mind having a little bit of risk. Okay. So it does help when you have a winner in hand. I don't like going counter trend right now just because, things are aiming lower. But let's see if we find some buyers. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. If we don't, you guys know, I have no problem shorting markets. I love shorting markets when it's appropriate. So in fact, keeping an eye on Goldman Sachs right now, Amazon, Microsoft, Eli Lilly, BlackRock, MasterCard, and Microsoft, I already mentioned. Coin is kind of interesting at this 161 level. If it breaks into the 160s like it did yesterday, there could be an opportunity to short it. I'm looking to see if we actually find some semblance of support here in this. Because 162 is a big level for coin, which also coincides with kind of that 60K. Again, it's not an exact number, but it coincides with that 60,000 on Bitcoin number. So it could be interesting to see if Bitcoin moves above 60 again. It did earlier today, but if it moves above 60, I have a feeling we might push. On Bitcoin, again, the opposite is also true. If we take out the lows on the Qs and the SPY, well, I will have, I basically have, so right now I have a SPY short. Again, all of this is using options, frankly, because I don't want to, I'd rather, risk, let's just say, I don't know, $2,000 on a move and be wrong. Let's just, again, that's assuming it goes to zero. I'll probably get out of the way before it went to zero, but let's just say worst case scenario, you're risking $2,000 versus, if you buy, let's just say, I don't know, 500 shares of the Qs or something like that, and it goes against you, it could add up pretty quick if there's a sudden movement. So kind of the reason today, using options kind of as a hedge. We shorted Netflix this morning. We took a long position in coin. I got out at once the 164 handle printed. I got out of majority of my position. Got a very small size left. Originally, I had my stop loss at the 160, 180 level. And now I moved it down. Gave it an extra point because, frankly, I trimmed up my shares enough where, that thing could go to 159 and I'd still made a ton of money on it. So, again, today is all about risk management, I think. Definitely be trading safe, especially as we get closer to this 2 o'clock hour. Maybe we see a little exuberance pump, which is what I'm anticipating. Maybe people come buy the dip into the 2 o'clock session, maybe, up to like 1:30, and see people trimming up or getting their portfolios where they're comfortable. And then we wait for fireworks at 2 o'clock. So again, just kind of my overall thesis, watching how the Qs are behaving. So right now, again, we're green on our position at the moment. That could change in a blink of an eye, but because there's so much conflict on the I did this morning, Tim. I actually dumped it. I haven't even looked at it. Wow, that's a nice move. Did you stay in that? So I dumped it because it was dancing around that kind of near my entry. Then I saw it pop over that 88.95. I held it a little bit longer and I got out around I think like 88.60. So I took a small loss on that one. But yeah, that's if you held on to that, good for you. I just didn't like, I was looking at other stocks that were moving in favor, especially Netflix. That took a lot of my attention the first thing they opened, because MU took that position. I don't want to say break even. It was a small loss. You did? Tim, you held on to it? Heck yeah. That's the case. Amazing. Good. Good. Yeah, again, I was bearish really at the open, frankly, because I think uncertainty is the ultimate bear weapon, I would say. And for those of you that are not using your heat maps, I recommend that you do, right? But if you look at, obviously you can look at the daily, and then I look at weeklies as well, like how are all the stocks performing on a weekly basis. So overall, markets are still relatively healthy. I mean, I'm not going to say they're terrible. But I will say we're going to see some super volatility. Maybe seems obvious, right? But like my question that I have at the moment is how much of this is baked in 0.5% in the markets, and how much is baked in 0.25% into these markets? And then you ready for the curveball? Right now, supposedly people have priced in basically a 2.3-ish overall by end of year cut. That's kind of like what people are anticipating. By the way, I'm going to add here on my Q's position a couple extra. Maybe we'll get up to like 10. We continue a bouncer off the bottom. Keep an eye on it. But again, I'm not going to be overly greedy on these moves. You know, if I like right now, I'm up a little over $100. It's not a huge move, so I'm not going to get super excited. But you know, start making $200-300 on this thing. I'll bank it. Why not? Leave a couple to run. Anyhow, keep an eye on coin here at this 162 level again. That's a good level. And then if you notice, Bitcoin bouncing at this 59.5-ish right now, and it's tagged the 200. So as soon as it broke the 200 around, what time was that? Let's see, about 8:30. It's tagged that 200. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Call it 6 times. And now it's approaching the 7th time on that 200. So if it pushes above that, we should see some follow through. If not, that could be the lid placed on it. So we'll see. How about that, guys? Look at this. Look at the Qs. Almost tagged the bottom right there. Brilliant. Love it. You know, the trouble with these options too, for those of you who are not familiar with options, you have the Greeks to deal with. Right now, I mean, they're pretty expensive. They're not cheap. I think, frankly, because of the volatility we're stepping into. But you can have gamma and theta move against you when you're looking at next day expirations. So, in fact, right before we see a 2 o'clock number, and obviously unless the Qs take off, but I'll likely trim up this position because you're going to see, even though it's moving in favor, you'll start to see your gamma get taken away. And it's not surprising because there's a huge premium baked into that for, being 3 points away from 475 and having nearly a $3 call option. that expires tomorrow, that's a pretty hefty premium to pay. So for those of you guys aren't familiar with options, just know that's a risk that you're up against. If even like right now, it's dancing around this 294 area, $2.94 right now. If it moves against even like 10 cents, that'll drop to like 270 in a heartbeat. So keep an eye on Tesla. So a needle and thread level, which is part of the reason I took the cues here, was the SPY. 561.76 was a previous high, not previous all-time high, but a previous. Well, I suppose at one point it was an all-time high. I wanted to see it break below and then break out above it. We're seeing that on the cues, and being that the cues have been weaker, I want to start seeing some rotation into other sectors, right? Like we've seen some rotation recently into utilities, into REITs, and all that's great, but sorry, I'm going to trim up a couple here on these options. Make some profit there. Again, my risk was minimal, but we made, what is this? 13% on my money right there in 10 minutes. It's not a bad move. Anyhow. It's definitely way better, I imagine way better experts than I am in options, but I do use them quite a bit. I think someone was asking if we could do a course on that, but I would say if there was a way to make sure everyone had like a foundational understanding of options, then maybe I could add some insight. But to start from like ground zero, that might be pretty tough. So. Real quick, checking on the community. Who has what? What positions do you guys have on right now? What are you keeping an eye on? What are you anticipating? In fact, I mentioned a poll. Since we have time, things are a little bit slow. Let me put one together. Give me 1 second. It should be a good one. So please, everybody that's here with us, participate in this poll. There's no wrong answers, are not going to be ridiculed or whatever. But let's just do a poll on what we think will happen with rates. So I'll post that here in a moment. Just give me a second. All right, let's see. So what do we think is going to happen? A 1/4% cut and markets move higher, 1/4% cut and markets move lower, 0.5% cut, markets move higher, or a 0.5% cut, and markets move lower. Again, for those of you who are here, please participate. Just makes it kind of fun and exciting. We're not going to, hold anybody to it. Perfect world, be able to hand out gold stars or something, like, for those of you who get it right, and we kind of keep track of that as like a, an extra perk by the end of the month or something, but we'll see. So again, no wrong answers. Anyone else? Anyone else? It looks like, well, I've seen some movement. So it looks like a lot of you think we're going to have a quarter cut and markets move lower. Interesting. Well, I'm going to share one that is counter to, frankly, what I think will happen long term. You guys ready? It's the answer nobody answered was we're going to get a 0.5% cut and markets move higher. And I think it's only for a moment in time. I think we see that pop happen to take out the all-time highs on the SPY and get some exuberance in the market. And then Jerome Powell will start talking. And that's when the real magic, I think, is going to happen, where fear versus greed. Fear versus greed. So yeah, I took that, realistically, what I think is the most probable outcome. Net is that markets move lower. I just don't think, while there's correlation to markets right now to 2007, we're in a different environment. The argument is we don't have as many. I think we do, but based on the data, you can't fight the data. We definitely don't have the same recessionary aspects, right? We see a strong consumer. We're seeing stronger GDP growth. I think some of those numbers are skewed, frankly, because those consumers are forced to pay higher prices and using credit. And we're seeing that in default rates across the board, which is why if you look at names like Ally, going down, those, Ally is one of the biggest auto lenders in the country. We talked about that, what was it, last week, maybe 2 weeks ago? So anyway, I do think that someone mentioned here, what was it? Lower rates help car sales. Yes, Jim, exactly. Also real estate. So be on the lookout for XLRE. The biggest benefactors will be solar companies. Because I got news for you. Those guys have a ton of debt they want to, recycle, I'll say, and get better rates on. So again, I think the bigger the cut, the more that benefits names in the REIT space. So if you guys don't have that list of REIT names, I recommend you just, type in Google, take a look at those names. BX is the one that I like the most, just because they're predominantly focused. I mean, they're in the skyscraper business, so they're not really going anywhere, I would say. Whereas like consumer real estate, like homes, Toll Brothers, Lennar, which I think Lennar reports this week, if I'm not mistaken. They report tomorrow. But there's a lot of data coming out this week, guys. Especially with the Bank of Japan coming out. I think it's Friday. Bank of Europe, or Central Bank of Europe, whatever. They're coming out with their data tomorrow. So any one of these, from a macro perspective, can have an impact on our markets here in the U.S. The thing I'm still watching like a hawk, okay, is DXY, the dollar index, okay, and then looking at several pairings of Forex. Big one is the Japanese yen, US dollar, or US dollar to Japanese yen rather, and then to the pound, GBP, and then interestingly enough, Australia. The reason I'm looking at Australia is Australia has a lot of mines, so I'm wondering how that translates. You know, you got Macquarie and that, you know, several other mining companies down there, BHP, right? So just being kind of privy to what's happening globally is important. By the way, guys, this is a great move on the Qs. It's just printing money right now. Love it. Yeah, they're at 320 right now. Pretty awesome. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to, let me get caught up on some of this, guys. I'm looking at notes. I'm just kind of looking at charts right now in the meantime. Let's see. You're going to try Meta over 535, Jared. Okay. What strike? We talked about that. MU, yeah, earlier. Okay. Meta, long over 535. Jared, you're taking that trade? Right on. What was that? By the way, a question for you guys. As I'm talking about things like, you know, watching Forex and dollar indices and that, like, is it helpful? Like, are you guys, do you do that now and it's like, yeah, duh? Or is it like, oh man, I didn't even think of that. So as I'm mentioning this stuff, you know, I want to make sure it's valid, or frankly, like, we're able to shed some light on some things, at least sharing how I look at the world in this space. And I do think it's important. If you're not looking at it, please, you know, add it to your arsenal. Do what you want. Cue the disclaimer. Where's Rick? Is he here? No, I haven't seen Rick in a while. I hope he's okay. I don't know, Clifton, if you're out there, maybe you shoot Rick a note, make sure he's all right. Same with Cece. Where the heck is he? Let's see. Jim saying lower rates will help car sales, home sales also. Yeah, so actually, if you look at CVNA, I was watching that, I think 2 days ago. Let's see. CVNA. Yeah, 2 days ago. I was down like 145-ish. And I was like, oh man, do I hit this thing? But it's Carvana. Like, don't really love the company. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. It's up to 160 now. But totally agree with you on that one, Jim. I think car sales for sure, home sales. Like, let's look at Lennar. Again, they report soon. Let me look. I think they report tomorrow. I think. Let me look. Maybe I'm mistaken. Earnings. Thursday, September 19th. Yep, tomorrow. It looks like after the close on Lennar. You know, guys, this feels pretty awesome right now. I nailed the bottom of the Qs right here. It's pretty cool. Doesn't always happen, but I'll take it. What else? We're at 330 right now. Because it's tagging the view up right here, I'll take a couple more off. You know, really, I should be adding because, frankly, like, you know, got them so cheap. But I don't want to hold a ton of risk in a 2 p.m. I'd rather reposition. So we'll leave a couple to run around here on the Qs. Always can add more. Again, was watching NVIDIA off that 114 level. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Didn't touch it. Oh well. Anyway, where were we? Let's see. Home sales also, yes. As long as price don't rocket again, I think we sell off no matter what happens, Jim. Okay. Bearish. Bearish. Don't disagree with you, Jim. I think we see some exuberance before we see another sell-off. And this is kind of like, frankly, if you guys remember, I stepped away on purpose. I was like, yeah, just, you know, I'm gonna keep an eye on markets, but I'm not gonna take a ton of positions. I want to leave some powder dry. And just watching levels today, watching levels, watching price action, watching level twos, looking at order blocks, sizes. I mean, checking for specific zones that might have higher level of buy versus sell, right? Or frankly, you know, with the Qs, we've talked about the same level. I'm just going to ask everybody, what's the bottom of the level on the Qs we should be watching, and what's the top of the level? Gold star points. We've been talking about it for months now. The highly traded zone. Where's the bottom of that zone? Anybody? 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 No, please tell me you guys didn't mark the charts with it. On the Qs, most highly traded zone. What are the levels between where and where? Anybody? Anybody? Okay, that's one of them. That's the top of the zone. Gold star for you, Tim. Thank you. Where's the bottom of that? Thank you, Tim. Tim gets the 2 gold stars. Exactly. So 474 to 476. We've been talking about that level for literally, I don't know, 2 months as the most highly traded zone. Okay. The Qs, when I saw the depth that it fell today, down to like 470, 471, we saw it happen yesterday. I want to see it push into that 474, maybe even 475, which is why I got the 475 strikes. If we push 477, watch out for some exuberance. Okay. And that pump can happen before, during, whatever. I'm trying to get, like today, getting in lower risk trades, you know, with the Qs. I mentioned if it breaks that 470.20 level, I'd have been out of my Q position because we're probably going to go lower. So took a little bit of risk. It's obviously paid off. So, you know, we're up 23%. I'm leaving 2 contracts left. So let's see if they can continue to push. But the key is, will it breach 474 and continue to move higher? With the expectation right now of the SPY wanting to break out and put in all-time highs, I have a feeling bulls are going to want to do that just to see what happens. Meanwhile, we saw what happened yesterday. Bears were waiting up at that 565 plus area and selling like crazy to push markets lower, right? So especially after seeing right now, we've got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes of buying right into the VWAP for both the SPY and the Qs, right? I think there's a good chance we see that exuberance get started sooner than later. So maybe by 1 o'clock, we see bulls kind of saying like, hey, we want to continue to move this thing higher. And then, you know, we see the battle royale up at the top of the SPY and maybe even above that 477 level in the Qs. So again, that's kind of what I'm anticipating will happen. But Jim, back to your point, I think short to midterm, we probably will start aiming lower after an exuberant pop. The question is how high is that exuberance, right? Right now, all-time high, prior to yesterday's all-time high at 566.58 was 565.16. So what do you say we go try out 567, 570, 572, 574? I don't know. Like, where's the top, right? You start getting a breakout like that above the highs, and you have news like we have today. And if you look at most of the data, people are saying like, well, it's not as bad as we think it is, blah, blah, blah. But if you look at, again, 2007 metrics, forget where I saw it. I took a screenshot of it. Let me see if I can find it. There we go. So in 2007, the Fed's first rate cut was on September 18th. What's today, guys? September 18th. Unemployment rate in 2007 was 4.7. Our unemployment rate currently is 4.2, pretty close. Inflation rate year over year in 2007 was 2.5. In 2024, it's also 2.5. U.S. housing starts 1.238 in 2007, 1.235 in 2024. U.S. leading economic activity was 100.4. Guess what it is in September 2024? 100.4, exactly the same. And then existing home sales in 2007 were 4.5 million, and September 2024, 3.95 million. So the data is there's a pretty strong correlation between those numbers, right? 17 years ago. So is that compelling? Sure, because we know what happened after that, right? Markets did not perform very well, but obviously 2007 was a different time in our economy, different market. But when you look at those data structures and you're going, hey, these numbers are pretty close to identical, and we saw what happened. Markets tanked, right? But the difference is we don't have the same, at least for now, the same financial crisis we had back then, right? At least from what we know. So with that said, does that mean we see that exuberance? I'm counting on it right now. I'm going to be out of my position though before that print, regardless of, like right now, even the Qs, I'm long off the bottom here, right? But, and that's obviously with options, but like, I'm not going to hold that till 2 o'clock. There's no way, unless we move to like 478 and just explode to the upside and I get this monster trade. Great, then I don't really care. I'll just move up my stop. But I mean, realistically, at 2 o'clock, we could see, how many times have we seen that, right? Where you just see the market snap up, snap down, snap, like it just basically take out every position in between. And then the real move happens. So that's kind of what I'm expecting there. But when I'm looking at that data, it's hard to not see those correlations and the causal impact of those numbers in 2007, right? So I hope I'm wrong, guys, by the way. I do not, trust me, I do not want a recession. I don't think anybody does. Recessions are bad. However, that's where I think the concern of the 0.5% comes in. It could be more detrimental. And I've been talking about this for I don't know how long. I don't know if you guys are watching the news lately. It's funny now they're talking about it. Oh well, 0.5% actually could be really a bad sign that maybe the Fed made a mistake in July. They should have cut in July. Well, and that's what I've been talking about for the last month and a half or 2 months. But anyway, I digress. Anyhow, looking at levels, guys, literally, if you want to build a long position, great. You remember rule number 1, right? Pay yourself first. That's how you maintain long-term or longevity in this business, is ensuring that you're profitable. And then once you're profitable, like for example, even on this Qs trade, I can't lose on this trade. I will lose exactly $0 on the Qs, the options I just put out there. So that's where you want to be, right? Banked my profits. Now I can't really, like, you could argue, oh man, if you held on to that full position, you might be up another couple $1,000. Like, yeah, great. But as a day trader, our job is to take our points and run. You start doing a swing trade, cool, whole different setup. You're not really looking at minute, 5-minute moves. You're looking at hours, 4 hours, dailies, weeklies. It's a different category. Still, same technical analysis applies, right, in those patterns, but let's see. You're long meta, Jared? Okay, cool. I'm sorry. Let me catch up here, guys. Give me a second. I don't know what happens. Amazon looking good over VWAP. Jared's loving these the Mag 7, huh? Jared's loving on them right now. Meta, Amazon. I don't know how long this move will continue, though. SPY. I usually just have SPY, Q, and tech charts up, but might need another screen for more charts. I recommend it, Jared. I do. So right now I've got my setup. So I have 2 computers. So when I travel, obviously that changes. But I've got 2 computers. I got one that basically has a lot of like the market data on it. So like different sectors and all that. I've got my main trading screen. I've got news feeds, 2 of them, and then obviously our chat. Here's the community. And then I have effectively, what is this, 8, 16, keep an eye on about 16 stocks, really 12 kind of on a regular basis, but I have an extra 4. You know, you guys have seen the screen where I share, there's 4 on one screen, 4 on another screen. But the big thing is like keeping an eye on the heat map and knowing like, hey, where's money moving to? Where's it moving from? Right? Like I don't like, for example, right now, seeing a pullback on like JPM and some of the financial names, right? But being able to have visibility to what sectors are doing is super helpful. Like I've also been watching oil quite a bit lately, and seeing that rotation is not a bad thing. It's just, are you in oil? Yes or no? You know, oil's gotten pretty beat up for the last, I don't know, month or so. But seeing the rotation happen into oil is telling me, okay, well, people are getting defensive. Coin has kind of been my, I don't know what you want to call it, my sovereign bet, I'll call it. Frankly, because I've been, like I mentioned about, you know, the Dixie and different forex pairings. I think coin or Bitcoin in general becomes a definitive asset class, and coin is a good representation of it in the sense that it's a transactional wallet. But I think at some point they're going to get disrupted because someone else is going to benefit from creating some form of a Bitcoin wallet. In the meantime, they're kind of the market leader at the moment. Obviously, there's other wallets that you could find, but Coin, for whatever reason, became like a fan favorite. And, you know, I think it has a shot of becoming, you know, a more important asset to own for every country, not just the US. Similar to oil. Anyway, let's see. Which chart to you? Huh? Okay, sorry. Julie's asking. Sorry, I'm trying to get caught up here. Missed a couple things. Coin sitting at yesterday's close. Yep, it's at 162 level. Mark, there's a lot of money sitting at 162, both good and bad. I say good and bad meaning like there's a lot of people that have been waiting to get back up to that level that want to dump it because maybe they got trapped at, you know, the 150s, you know, heck, even, you know, below 150. I think it got to 149 and change, 146 it looks like, not too long ago. So maybe they got bamboozled a little bit. And maybe their entry was around this 162 level. So they're probably trying to sell out. And we see some of that happening, right? Even today, yesterday. But if we can get over 165 today on coin, I got a feeling that 170, 175 is like highly probable. Unless we see markets completely dump during the news, then, you know, obviously coin will see a move to the downside there. Let's see. Which chart do you look at that you see those levels? Sorry, Julie, if you can clarify. I was talking about a bunch of stuff that I'm not sure I follow. Entered earlier, I still think Microsoft risking 432 is meat on the bone if QQQ can continue over VWAP. It's the only thing I trade usually. Okay. You know, Tony, we actually talked about this a little bit too. I think I'll start to soon. It's just right now it's a time commitment thing. You know, I think as Scott and so what we're trying to do is obviously, as you guys have seen the last, you know, I don't know, a couple weeks, we're trying to wrap things up usually by noon. And the reason is frankly, like, you know, I've got other businesses and things like, you know, it's just right now time is kind of a little tight right now. And then I'm looking, you know, I mentioned the passion project yesterday of trying to help educate the, you know, youth around finance and, you know, how to grow wealth at a young age kind of thing. And that's likely not going to take place till next year. frankly, just because there's like a lot of moving parts right now. But we're really trying to grow this community, and part of that means that we need more of a presence all over social media. So I'm more than happy to do it. I think part of it is, and I think it was Mark, one of y'all who are like camera experts. Excuse me. Literally, if you guys are open for me to ask like for help on how to use cameras and stuff, like again, I nerded out on one of the cameras I got based on our conversation about a month ago. But I do want to get more involved with social media, provide some shorts, some clips of like, hey, here's kind of the stuff I'm looking at, and increase the following. But more importantly, who knows, maybe I just make that exclusive to our community initially. Because there's value in that, right? Like we want people to join, but we also want our members to get the most bang for the buck. So joining our community, it helps us out. We're not getting rich off of this community, folks. Let's be real. In fact, giving back, arguably, I mean, if I'm making more on trading, great. It's like almost getting paid to come talk to you guys and trade. That's pretty cool. But we'd love to get to a point where our community is becoming a stream of income, but we'd like to also give back to the community. So trader of the month or trader of the week or whatever, like to help provide some additional recognition to you guys, because you guys are great. Love the fact you guys are posting your trades. You ask great questions, and yeah, like that's really why Scott and I are here. That's why we're trying to grow this thing. Anyway, so yeah, to answer your question in short, Tony, as I build that out, I will definitely let you guys know, and hopefully you guys will subscribe, follow, do all that other fun stuff. But appreciate you asking that. Coin 16250 working very slow. Okay. Mark, yeah, okay. It's just a scalp. Okay. Q's between 476, 474. Julie, yeah. a little late on our sponsor, my read. I don't know. I'm always looking at the levels when you call them and figure out what you see. Okay, I see what you're saying. So on the Qs, 474 to 476 is a highly traded zone. I call it the most highly traded zone because if you look at, so if you take a daily chart of the Qs, right? I should pull this up real quick. Qs, go to daily. All right. Ever since we got this big push to 503, if you look at it from a daily perspective, it becomes kind of your neckline, right? And if you actually, so I followed like volume and stuff during that initial phase. When we were trying to push higher on a daily, it looks like, okay, there's a candle, it just pushed higher and blah, blah, blah. But that was like the start of the big move to the upside to 503, 500 plus. And every time we've tagged that level, we found like significant amount of buyers, right? And what do you need for buyers? You need sellers. So ton of selling, ton of buying, all in that area. And as soon as we broke that level, we saw that on what day was that? July 24th. Once we saw that zone break, obviously downside. Once it popped back up to that level shortly thereafter, about a week later, we saw the same thing. Tons and tons of volume in that area because they were trying to push it to that 500 level again. After seeing it sell off, by the way, I'm looking around August 1st now on the daily. What happened? We tanked, right? It happened to coincide with, basically we got a bad CPI read on, what day was that? July 11th, which kind of marked the top of the Qs, forcing us to that zone. We broke the zone, tried the zone again, failed, moved even lower. Then we came right back up to that same zone. We chopped around for 3 days in that area. And now I'm looking at the 15th of August, 16th of August, and it's like the 19th of August. And then if you notice, pushed a little bit higher, got rejected, back into that zone for literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sessions. And that's like a ton of volume is in there. buying and selling. So if we lose these levels, the downside is very, 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 very prevalent, very probable, I would say. And not to mention the Qs collectively and comparatively to the SPY have been kind of weak. So in my mind, there's two things that could happen. If we see exuberance and we see it in the Qs, I mean, guys, this thing could take off big time, big time. Look at, just again, look left at that level. That said, if you were to draw a downward trend line like I have on the dailies, from that peak at 503.52 to that previous peak on August 22nd and extend that, look where we're at right now on the daily. We're rejecting it. We rejected it yesterday. Now we're rejecting it today. So if we break out above that and we get above that 477 level, I mean, here comes 485, 486. Does that make sense, Julie? Does that help? I don't know if you were following along or not, but if you were, hopefully that was helpful. And also an easier way too, you could go to, let me see. Julie, do you use TradingView by chance? Where is, no, that's not. Give me a second. Because no, not at the moment. So there's also a thing called a VRVP that you can use in TradingView if you have TradingView. I can share my screen now if you want. Does that help, guys? Happy to do that. Give me a second. I'm going to go ahead and end the slides from a good friend, Mir. Hey guys, by the way, take a look at the Qs. Anybody take that with me, by the way? I think Paul, you like options. You ask a lot about options, Paul Wallace. Were you able to take that? Let's see, screen sharing. Awesome. Did you take some off? I hope you did. Well, look at that. $3.43. Not bad, right? You know, if I held on to all 10, right now we'd be up, what is that? 800 bucks. Not bad for 2K investment. 30%, you know. I mean, I only got 2 left now, but we had, I had 5, and then I grabbed 5 more, and then I grabbed 5 more, and then sold 10, and then another 3. So we got 2 left. Took the money and ran. All right, cool, man. Good. All right, let's see. So let me share my screen in just a second, guys. Let me know if you see this. Better yet, tell me if you don't see it, okay? If you guys can see this, should come up in just a moment. Okay, can you see it? So we were talking about downward trend lines and stuff. You're like, what the heck is this guy talking about? So ignore the Hakanashi candles here for a second. This is just a different way of visualizing it. And I talk about highly traded zone, looking at volume and stuff. So this little thing on the side here, you could argue it's the same thing as this down here. The reason I like it, normally when you get this VRVP, it's on the left. I hate that. I don't like it. So I put it on the right just because it makes it easier to see. But when I say it's the most highly traded zone, do you see this pop out right here? You see that? There's your highly traded zone. Where does it coincide with? Let me extend this to make it a little more obvious. Right? So that's a simple way of explaining it, but also it's important to know visually, like this is your neckline now for us to pretend, like if bulls want to remain in control, they need to push above this. And it doesn't mean it has to happen today, but if it's going to happen, like today is the day, right? Because the news is in your favor, blah, blah. Like, you know what I mean? It's like today would be the volatility, or the day of volatility at which you would want to push that. So, obviously, as you look further back, you can see other highly traded zones. And if you notice, I marked these levels. Do you see this? It's marked. Do you see this? Marked. Do you see that? So when I say most highly traded zone, it's at this level. You could argue this is right down here. This is the level. I don't know if you guys remember. Do you guys remember me talking about 45231? We had to hold that level. If we broke that level, bye-bye. Here we go. Do you guys, I don't know if you guys remember that, but if you do, like I was talking about that level for a long time. Once we broke it right here, we absolutely destroyed this level, which arguably is the highest traded zone in the last year. Okay. And notice I have it marked as, identified area. So anyhow, like what you'll find is even seeing some of this volume, like, I don't know, I think one of you guys have Bookmap. The Bookmap, what it does is actually it'll display certain zones of like, bullish and bearish behavior. For me, this zone, just to make it easier for you guys, I marked that 474 to 476 because it's easy, it's an easy zone to mark and keep track of, right? And so being able to see that zone as a point of resistance and or breakout is important. So if you're holding, let's just say right now, you're holding something long and you haven't taken a partial at the VWAP because you're being patient, you didn't take it at 200 because you've been patient, and now you're running into this 474 zone, well, it might be a good time to potentially think of taking profit. Now, if you're like me and you already banked your profit, I don't mind seeing what it does now. Like, let's see if it moves higher. Let's see if it tries this downward trend line. It's right up here. Right? Let's see if we get above 475. And if we get above 475, can we get above 477? Well, if we see 477, heck, I might actually add more to my position again. All right. So anyway, I digress. Notice, by the way, where did that hit? 474.10. Literally just breached that bottom end of that zone. Look what happened. We're watching this on a 5-minute, right? So again, it could easily break out and break through, which is what we're counting on or hoping for. But notice that people are watching that zone. Smart money. They're watching that zone. So they're like, okay, are we protected here? Cool. We'll sell a little bit. We'll take some profit. Now the buying continues. Great. Well, I'll hang on to my remaining position. Maybe we get a push to 475. Maybe we break this downward trend line. That's basically, I'm doing the same thing right now. I didn't know if we were going to actually get up to 474. I wanted to, but rule number 1, pay yourself first. So I paid myself first. I paid myself here and here. Now I've got 2 left to run. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps. Now I'm kind of wishing I dumped my, max leverage into that Q trade. Man, I would have made a ton of money on that. Oh well. Not complaining. Lower risk right now. It's kind of how I'm playing it, just because we're in a max risk environment today. Being up a couple $1,000, it's not a bad day. It's not a bad day. We had a decent day yesterday. A great Monday. Almost 4K on Monday. I do want to start printing like 10K days. That would be awesome. So that's kind of my next goal, is to start pumping up size on a lot of my positions. Because typically, like I'll do that in the morning, bank my profit, and then let the runners do their thing. And if they go red for even a second, I'm like, don't want to give any back, right? But I think of Netflix, for example, this morning. What a monster trade that was. I took it at 705, right around here, and it just right when it tanked, I took a huge partial right here, 697 and change. I think it was 697 and something, 697.40 maybe. It was my first partial. It dipped even lower, took more off right here, and then I left. I think it was like 20 shares, and I got the rest out at 690 and change. So again, almost got the whole move. The problem is it's only 20 shares. I'm not overly excited now. If I were to hold my whole position to that level, could you imagine? Would absolutely crushed it today. That's the 10K day right there. But I didn't. So I'm not complaining. Walk away a couple thousand green with, I don't know. I took maybe 4 or 5 trades today, and then, I mean, if that, and then this Q position is just crushing it right now. Unbelievable. Up over 40% on it right now. Huge move. Holy mackerel. Coming up on 1 o'clock, guys. 1 o'clock. So be mindful right now on the Qs. Pull back to the 200. Let's pull this up in big chart. You guys like the big chart? Is this easier to see than the little charts like this? Why the heck is that? Oh, it's this anchor view off down here. Get rid of that. The big chart's better. Milkrum. All right. First and foremost, like we always do, keep an eye on your heat map. Always look at your heat map. See where money's moving into. Apple stands out, which unbelievable. I mean, I think that's more of a play of like, hey, we know Apple can move the Qs higher, and it's Apple, so who doesn't want to own that, I guess? But I don't right now. I'm not buying their phone. I asked my wife if she wanted the new phone. She's like, nah, I'm fine. The one I got. It's like, thank goodness. Let's see. But notice, look at the rest of the tech sector. I mean, we're seeing bounces right now. Obviously, Qs are moving higher. But like, look at some of these names, like maybe CRM, maybe ServiceNow, maybe Adobe. Let's actually look at Adobe real quick. What's Adobe doing? Adobe. Oh, gross. It's weird. Earnings weren't bad. Guidance was terrible. Shows you how important, listening into those calls. I listen to a lot of the big tech name calls. And now, by the way, keep an eye on the Qs. Seeing this pullback to the 200. Let's pull it up here on the big chart. Seeing a pullback right here to this 200, so 473.75 area. Don't be surprised. It's probably going to do that. And if it breaks that, down we go. In fact, I'm going to take one more off of my Qs right here. So I only have 1 contract left. 0 loss potential. Love it. But seeing a pullback here, 473.72, we need that to hold if you're bullish. Okay. Start breaking down below, then you got the VWAP. Well, actually, I should say you have the close, then the VWAP, and then where's the bottom? So just keep an eye on that on the Qs. Look at Tesla, though. What a monster today. Unbelievable. Again, I'll use, let's change my template to day trade. Okay. It's a little cleaner, a little easier to see, right? Yeah, Mark, were you the one who always says that? I think it is, right? So, by the way, if I'm more than happy to take this stuff off, right? I do this actually for you guys. I mean, I watch these levels, like these lines here, but like these little tags and stuff. I mean, for me, visually, it makes it really easy to read. But like it's also for you guys to see, like when I'm talking about like being able to snap and look at 226.88, right? Like a lot of people will do. Let's see, this. Just super clean chart like that. And for me, I've kind of gotten accustomed to. I like my moving averages. I like my VWAP, which they're all kind of bundled in there right now. By the way, right there, which explains why Tesla is moving higher. That convergence right there was like a nice way to say, okay, let's push. If we see this little purple line below that break, then we sell. But yeah, Mark, MTA's main screen. I get it, man. Again, I also think it's a good way to, maybe learn a different perspective. This is at least how I like to trade. I mean, I've seen way busier screens, but this is kind of like, I'd say my clean format, simple to use. It works for me. And again, I do like marking levels, and each one of these levels, like a color matters. So like when they're yellow, that's like a key level to pay attention to. If they're white lines, it's like an area of resistance. So you might actually see it on my Qs right here. This 474.93. There's actually, I have another level at 476.44 that I took off because now I'm just rounding up to 477. But like we marked this one up together quite a bit on this trend line from here. Bloop. But so I'm just leaving that there for us to keep an eye on, which happens to coincide with 474, probably about 75 maybe, which is, let's just call it the high of day. So if that's an extra line you don't want to see, we can just delete that. I don't mind. And then this red box is that zone, 474 to 476, 474 to 476. So right now, this is, I would say, for the time being, a dead zone, aka a place where you might want to consider shorting. We get above this level, well, then we turn this into an area where we probably want to start buying. Yeah, Mark, all good. I get it, man. So like when I do, for example, when I'm preparing, let's just say we'll use the Qs. So a lot of times, like I always keep my levels, right? But like even for example, like this anchored VWAP, I'll keep it there for the time being and get rid of it later. This downward trend line, it's no longer valid, right? For now. However, let's actually do that for a second. Let's extend this. Let's actually make it a tighter channel here. So God forbid we start to crash. I mean, obviously there'll probably be better downward trend lines before then, but let's do this. There you are. Nope, I don't want to do. Okay. Well, that looks interesting. Clone there, okay. I'll create an array there. Anyway, so I'm keeping some of these levels as I mark them up, but then, and it looks like a lot, but when I'm marking them up ahead of time, I'll just remove them. So make it nice and clean. And then, go back and delete whatever's not relevant. But because we're usually zoomed in on a 5 minute, 1 minute, what have you, like. All right, let's see. By the way, you guys notice this 474 level? Just like, someone is there with a little hammer going ding, ding, ding. We don't want you to go above here. We don't want you to go above here. And then if the bulls show up, they're gonna push to 477. Tesla though, what are you doing, Tesla? Did they get some news I don't know about? What's going on there? All right, guys, we're less than an hour away from hearing our good friend Jerome Powell. I shouldn't say that. He's on at 2:30. We get the print at 2. Yeah, Tesla. I don't know what's going on either. I mean, maybe it's just don't bet against Elon. Maybe just rule number 4. That's not an actual rule, guys. But I am a big fan of Elon. The build quality on this Tesla, don't get me started. I remember I went to, gosh, if Elon heard this guy would probably get in trouble. But the first time I went into to see the Tesla Plaid, I pulled up and I've got like a, we'll say a luxury SUV or whatever. So anyway, I pull up there and I'm like, hey, I want to check out the Tesla Plaid. I want to take it for a test drive. Can you help me? And he goes, did you pull up in this? I said, yeah. He goes, you don't want this car. I'm like, what? What do you mean? I said, yeah, you don't want this car. I'm like, yeah, but it's fast and all this other stuff. I want to test it out and, screw you. Maybe I want to buy it, right? And he's like, look, honestly, if you're used to that kind of like a nice luxury car, go buy a Bentley or something. Like, you're not gonna like this car. And I sit down in it for the first time, and I'm like, these chairs are not very comfortable. And he looks at me, he's like, I told you, man, I told you. Anyway, kind of a fun story. Yeah, Julie. Yeah. I just think of people that are, there's human beings out there. Like even, I think in my mind, I'm like, man, I've just got a lot of stuff going on and, businesses and day trading and trying to start, trying to do a lot more with, frankly, like my time. It's I think the most valuable asset we got, is your time. And how you spend it kind of dictates like the impact you can have. And anyway, so my view on life has kind of changed in a way where it used to be always about just the fancy things and finer things. And trust me, who doesn't like nice things, right? But you take a look at someone like Elon. Like it's hard enough. Let's just say, for example, if you got kids, let's just say you have one kid, two kids. Heck, maybe you don't even have kids. You got dogs, pets, whatever. That's an obligation, no matter what. So that's to say, number one. Number two, you got a job. So you got a family job. Like most people, just those two things can consume you. Like all your time, all your effort, all your energy, all your cerebral horsepower, right? And this guy has like, what does he have? Like 6 kids, 7 kids? He's got like a dozen kids. And he built an electric vehicle company in a time where no one wanted one. And now they're everywhere. Launching rockets, drilling underground, creating a neural network in your brain, and now is offering to help, if Donald Trump wins office, to help make government spending more efficient. Like, how many lifetimes do you need just to do like one of those things? You know what I mean? And this guy does it all. I'm like, when does he sleep? Like, how does he? I don't know. It's fascinating to me. Another guy like that is what's his name? Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's an actor, bodybuilder, a governor. I mean, he's done like so many things in his life. Like, how many lifetimes you would need? Like, it would be a miracle if you could become a blockbuster actor. Like, you know what I mean? People fantasize about that all the time. Go to LA, ask anybody in LA what they want to do when they, quote unquote, grow up. They all want to be actors, right? But it's one of those things where it just fascinates me when you find people like this, these like high level folks. And I'm working towards that, guys, by the way. Like I'm trying to get to that level where, day trading, yeah, it's one thing. But like I said, like trying to have some passion projects of, helping educate youth and, having a couple other businesses and it's not, I'm not going to dare compare myself to like an Elon, but I think once you change that mindset and you kind of gear towards optimizing your time, like I actually feel lighter right now than I'm doing more stuff, which is kind of weird, versus being like encumbered, which is, I felt when it was like, oh man, I got a job and I got to go here and I got to do this. And, now it's like, that's changed. It's kind of weird. It's liberating. So anyway, let's see. Jared, fair enough. Yeah, hey, totally. Ah, Tony, I'm so jealous. Yeah, Julie, for me, like that was, I grew up speaking a few languages and then didn't realize that was a thing. That it's, not easy for everyone to learn a language, but like learn to speak Farsi, learn to speak a few other languages, Spanish, obviously, grew up speaking that. But it's kind of one of those things where I didn't know that was a thing. Anyway, Jared, hey, you know what, man? It's all good. I think to a certain extent, like maybe that's the secret of, the likes of billionaires is frankly, there's a lot of people that may not like them versus that do. And it doesn't bother them either way. You know what I mean? I can appreciate it though, like, everyone's entitled to an opinion, everybody's entitled to perspective. Heck, not everybody likes me. That's okay too. You know. Let's see. You can speak Italian? Oh, the close words, Mark. Nice. What every language is like that though, isn't it? The first thing you learn is like hello in that language, followed by some curse word. All right, guys, 45 minutes. I think Scott's going to join maybe around 1:30, I think he said. So I'm not, I'm glad we trimmed up on the cues, by the way. So again, have your charts marked up however, is good for you guys or whatever. But, but definitely be paying attention to this 474 to 476 area. Ignore some of these other lines, whatever, I get it. But, you can see exactly in the middle of the zone. So yesterday we breached it. I really thought this was going to be the push yesterday. And then when I look, because if you look at this, and let's just do side by side, maybe that works. Get rid of that. I don't know why it continues to show up that way. It's weird. Get rid of that. There we go. Let's do the SPY. So yesterday, zoom back to yesterday. When I saw this happen, and I saw it was 477.40 is the magic number for me in my mind. That if we got above that, we're taking off. So I saw that happen and this happened. And I'm like, no way, I'll wait for a pullback. Well, the pullback came, it just didn't stop. Right? And again, if you guys remember, I was pretty bearish yesterday. So that worked in favor. And today kind of similar. And if you notice, it's all happening for the Qs anyway in that zone for the last several sessions. Every time we're in here, there's pressure to the downside. Every time we're in there, pressure to the downside. Every single time. Look, we couldn't breach. We finally got barely over it. As soon as we got inside of it, boom, pushed down. So, definitely pay close attention to this level. If we break out above this, guys, click your buy button. Cue the disclaimer. Right? It's your money, do what you want. But that's kind of what I'm paying attention to now. We picked up the bottom. Notice that 471.69 level. I marked it. I saw that break below. I'm like, all right, I'll build. So mark for the MTA. Love it or hate it, it works for me. But I totally get it. We all have different style of looking at charts and so on and so forth. Let's see. Hello world. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, Julie. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So usually during these things, I'll try to put like a weight on different things, meaning like, okay, let's just talk initially the rate cut. What's the impact to markets? If it's a quarter, a half, or whatever, right? What does that look like? So that's this, we'll say weight number one. Weight number two will be forward looking. Like, what do we plan in if we're, let's say we get 0.5% cut now, maybe we skip a meeting, right? So he bakes in a half right now instead of doing a quarter and a quarter. They skip next meeting to maybe focus on other priorities, maybe around employment information or whatever, right? So let's just say the rate of which we plan to cut, if that makes sense. So that would have a weight as well, like an impact. So let's call it plus or minus. So the initial one is size of the cut. Second one is the rate at which we plan on cutting and to what level. Is it right now? I think everybody's baking in 2.3% by the end of the year. But if it comes back and says, oh, it's 1.75 by the end of the year, best case, well, that changes things, right? So there's a weight associated to that. And then the last piece, would be frankly like the overall stance. Like if he comes out and says, our economy is absolutely scorching and doing incredibly well and absolutely crushing it, right? Like that has a weight as well. And then, the flip side is true. If you're like, well, we're a little worried, inflation might actually slightly move higher if we cut these rates, which naturally that's going to happen anyway. But we feel like we have inflation in control. So again, kind of a dovish or hawkish standpoint from Jerome Powell will have, again, kind of a weight as well. So I don't know, for those of you guys who ever do like sports betting, it's kind of a similar idea where, you got the coin toss, the kickoff, and then you've got, whoever scores the first point or whatever. In my mind, it's kind of similar where you kind of have weight to different wagers in that category. Obviously, the big one will be the size of the cut. I think is going to be the first, initial move once we hear Jerome Powell talk about the annual number, anticipated annual, because right now all this is, pundits basically kind of guessing that 2.3 is the magical number by the end of the year. So they come back and like, oh, actually, we're lucky if we get to 1%. Well, that's gonna that'll really change how the markets look in the next hour. All right, I think I'm gonna get out of the queues completely. Happy to get back in and play around, but nice winning trade. No complaints there. I will likely just be flat, keep my powder dry as we come into discussion here in about 30 minutes. Let's see. No, Tony, not usually. You'll find me, usually I'm in names like, for me, it's about like liquidity. I want to be able to get in and out of names. And the problem with float, like let's say, for example, lower float names. I mean, I suppose sometimes, Costco, you could argue is lower float, but still, it's putting a couple million shares. But are you asking like for like low float, low dollar type stocks, or are you talking about just low floats? Like, because you could argue Netflix is kind of a low float or volume, I suppose. Maybe you're asking float as in actual float. Pennies, yeah, no, I don't mess with those. No. It's not really my forte. And I get it. There's definitely a ton of I know people that have crushed it in penny stocks. You know, okay, I bought 2 million shares of this thing and it was like a nickel and it went up to like 75 cents and you know, they're doing just fine. But I don't know. It's just never really it's never really been my thing. And who knows? Maybe I got it all wrong. But for me, it's literally names like, you know, I'd say the Russell 2000 within that spectrum are names I would be open to trading. And that's probably being a little too generous because the reality is I probably trade more so the Fortune 5 more than anything, which is why I keep an eye on the SPY and the Qs quite a bit. But I'm not opposed to. I think is Trade Tricks here? I don't know. But like VKTX, like Viking Therapeutics. Normally, I would never touch a name like this. But I heard some great news down like in this area, or maybe it was over here somewhere. Heard some great news that they had, and it boom took it for like 4 points in like I don't know 10 minutes, and that was awesome. That might have been here. Like this move. So I'll occasionally take trades like that, just not all the time. So like a lot of people like I don't know GME and stuff like that. I don't mess with these kind of names. And I get it. There's a lot of people that do, and I have nothing against it. I just don't. It's hard to apply any kind of like analysis on stuff like this. At least for me, anyway. Maybe if someone has like the magic wand and knows how to figure this out, but it hasn't really worked for me on these like meme names. Is that what they call them? Meme stocks. Like AMC, I think was another one. There was a few of them, right? It was AMC, GME. What were the other ones? There was like 2 or 3 other ones, weren't they? But yeah, I won't trade those. I mean, to give you an example, Tony, Enphase. I know a lot of you guys have seen or you've seen it or heard that I trade this one periodically. This is like I would say on the outer limits of stocks I would traditionally trade. Only because I think solar is not really going to go anywhere per se, but the amount of energy that solar produces versus I don't know like hydropower is like, I mean, I'll take hydropower all day every day over solar. But I think there's going to be a growing demand as more data centers are needed, more AI is coming, more server farms, all this other stuff. There's going to be a demand for more energy. I mean, we see it now. I don't know last time you checked your electricity bill, but it probably was a little more expensive than 2 years ago. So the cost of energy is going up, and we're going to need every aspect of energy, I think, and especially transmission and distribution. So I think that's going to be a growing sector, but it's utilities. It's not sexy. It's not fun. That's more of like, hey, put some in your portfolio, let it grow, get your dividend, and just don't look at it. So like for me, I've got quite a bit in like CCJ. So I own quite a bit of this actually in my portfolio. It's around like nuclear energy or whatever. But I do have energy as part of like an overall portfolio strategy, just because I do think there's going to be a growing demand in the space, and it doesn't matter. Like we want all sources of energy creation. And then I think depending on which administration wins, one will say is more favored towards green energy, and one is a little more favored towards fossil fuels. So depending on those administrations, like part of the reason I like CCJ is it's kind of right in the middle. Technically, you could argue it's clean energy. I get it, it's nuclear energy. People get afraid of it, but it's relatively stable with some caveats, obviously. But if treated properly and handled appropriately, it's like an infinite energy supply. Anyway, it's a whole nother topic. Sometimes it could be polarizing. Some people are like, "What do you mean nuclear energy is the worst?" I'm like, "Well, go check out a facility once. And then share your thoughts. Anyway, all right, half an hour to go. I think Scott's going to be here in about 2 minutes, maybe a couple minutes. But here's the good news, guys. This I like to see. I like to see that our financials are getting a little stronger. I don't mind that the tech names find a kind of baseline. But note this, here's Goldman. If we see Goldman take off, we see JPM take off, and if you really want, here's, let's go big chart, XLF. Okay. We see this move higher, right? So we see XLF move higher, and you see XLRE start to bounce. Like XLRE, it's because it's in the real estate sector. Maybe we get a pop here. So I'd be keeping an eye on some of these names, and then in these names sectors, and then in these sectors have some names that you would be open to buying during this event. So like for me, Amazon, Microsoft, Goldman Sachs, Netflix, that's on one screen. The other screen got JP Morgan, Enphase, Micron, MasterCard. Notice they're not all in the same industry. Yet, and on my other screen, I'm watching risk on levers like coin. Okay. I'm also watching NVIDIA because it's NVIDIA, and then SMCI. So SMCI is super, super volatile today. It went from, what was the open? 442, call it, to 461, back down to 443 in like a round trip of, I don't know, what is that? An hour? Pretty wild. So looking to those volatile names, you can, if you catch the right side of that trade, you can make some dough pretty quick. I won't be. I'll be looking for a little more muted names like Micron, like AMD, and NVIDIA, but I'm keeping an eye on SMCI because, for example, today they were kind of leading the move. It wasn't NVIDIA. NVIDIA was going down while SMCI was going up. So hope that helps, guys. Like definitely. I know Tesla is a fan favorite in this group. I have that up as well. 235 is the magic number on Tesla. So if you break out over 235, well, and you're in now at 230, that's a hallelujah moment. I won't take that trade right now, but it does look good right now. I'll say that for that breakout. It's going to break out any moment. Oh, look at the move on the Qs now, guys. Look at that. Well, look at that. It convinced me to get out at the VWAP and then turn around, and now 475 is definitely a possibility now. Let's see. It may not be too late. Let's see what we got. Oh my gosh, it's $4 now. That's way too expensive. Guys, check. I'm gonna put this side by side with the SPY. Okay, I will mark. Oops, I will mark the top here, so you guys can all visually see. Come on, there you go. There's your all-time high right there. Before that, it was 56518. Let me just update that so you know what you're reaching for if you're bullish. Call it green. We'll make it dashed. There we go. And then coordinates 565. 16. There you go. So this, well, let's make it a different color. I don't know. What do you guys think? Fuchsia. How about teal? Teal works. Shorten the gaps in the graphs. Going to be discussed as NVIDIA breakout fails. Well, let's check it out real quick. Let's swap out Netflix. I'll put Netflix on my other screen. It's like, I think most you guys, a lot of you guys like to trade most of these names, right? I think maybe I could add Tesla here. Here, let me do that. You guys like Tesla, don't you? Oops. By the way, I know no one's asking, but my finger is finally healed, which is great. Still a little tender, but man, what a healing process that was. Let's do that there. JPM taken off. Love to see that. We're talking about NVIDIA. Here's your 200 EMA on the 5-minute. Right there, that yellow line. So you start seeing that push, Jared, over that. You get the close to contend with, then off you go. But just know that that's at, it looks like 115.50-ish, 115.49. So you want to see that. Like normally, so I don't know where your entry was, Jared. Hopefully it was somewhere down here. But I like that 114 level, by the way. That was I was watching that. Instead, I took the Qs, which still worked out, but that's okay. If let's just say you picked it up at 114 as an example, or whatever, 114.20, I don't know, whatever it was, right? Let's just say we're down here somewhere. First partial for me would be here. Second partial for me would be 200. Then seeing how, if we get the push, then let it go. Let it print for you. Or what does it, Amir call it? Let it grow, let it grow. By the way, guys, taking a look. What a move. Everybody was waiting. Look at this. SPY now pushing higher. Qs pushing higher. SPY within 2 points of all-time highs. All right, I'm gonna get my stuff tuned in for Mr. Jerome Powell. Get my news feeds up. Here we go. Does this help, guys, having the SPY and the Qs up, or do you prefer seeing the stocks like these over here? Yeah, I imagine you guys have your own charts up too, but we've got plenty of powder dry for the move. Let me do this. AMD, MasterCard, Enphase. Let me look at Enphase real quick. Meta. Ooh, that's gross. Check this out. Move some of this around. It's a pretty gross candle, right? Jared, don't jinx it. All right, I think I'm gonna pull up. Watch Goldman Sachs here. Coin. Pull up my financial trade. Let's see. Okay. Did you ever receive mentoring on trading from Scott or Mary? I don't know how to really answer that, Tony. Only because, like, so I was part of this room, TradeNet room originally, and without a doubt, I learned a bit from Aaron and some, from Scott as well. But I would say majority of the stuff was either self-taught or I do have several mentors in this space that work for like big houses, you know, or at least did at one point. Now they're, maybe doing their own thing. But I've got like 3 mentors in this business that really kind of help jumpstart, I'd say, my curiosity. And then like a lot of the stuff I look at now, just because I've always had a little bit more of an aptitude for economic and financial components. Like I'm kind of mathematically inclined, I'd say. But I didn't realize that, finance, like I started my career in that space and then got into technology. And what's really cool now is being able to apply technology to finance because I didn't realize computer science, like especially when you start looking at things like data science and machine learning and AI aspects, like math helps in that environment when you're having data points. So being able to kind of marry the two was, I think, kind of my epiphany of like, oh, I could actually make a lot of money doing this. This would be pretty awesome. So, yeah, I mean, I would say learned quite a bit from Mary, learned quite a bit from Scott, but a lot of the stuff I've been doing this for so long, and I'm a student to this business, guys. Like even when I was working, the quote unquote day job or my career in that, like this has always had a draw for me, just because I like to invest in general, and then um, when I discovered that day trading has a lot of different paths you can go down, and not every one of us have the ability to have $100 million fund that you can throw around and, oh, hey, I was down $1 million today. It's all right. Don't worry. So, you'll get them tomorrow, and you make 10 million the next week. You know what I mean? Like we all don't really have, and maybe some of you do, right? Like, hey, good for you. But a lot of you or a lot of us, maybe you're starting with 20K, 100K, 50K, 200K, whatever it is. And you can easily get in a lot of trouble if you don't know what you're doing. I know I did when I first got started in day trading. It was different. I was investing. I was really good at that because you set it and forget it. Just like wake up one day, like, hey, I'm up, 18% on my portfolio. Great, that's amazing, or more, right? And I understood that it was kind of a game of patience. Double your money every 7 years, kind of thing. And then I got into day trading, and I took, I don't know what it was, maybe like, I can't remember the sum, but let's just say it didn't take long for it to evaporate. And I'm like, well, I don't get it. How does that happen? And so then that's when it really started to, become apparent to me. I had to get educated in the space because it's way different. Like people want, they'll wait a year to get 8 to 10% yield on a portfolio. Guys, we could do that in one stock in a day, right? Especially if you're using derivatives and stuff like that too. So, and if you're doing like round trips, like let's say SMCI, you took it long and then you shorted at the top, and boom, that one move you could make, pretty significant chunk of change on that round trip. So it's a different game, and it's definitely, I think over the years it's just compiled like my understanding of economics, my understanding of how to read a balance sheet, financial statement, understanding, how big companies service debt, what is EBITDA, like why that matters. Um, Classifying even like leverage debt on a balance sheet and like understanding what that looks like if they're, you know, what the credit rating is and how that has an impact on their stance in S&P or Qs or whatever. Like it's all that stuff. It starts to matter, and even if you just start to like deep dive into one topic for I don't know, a week. It's not to say you're going to become an expert overnight, but at least you start getting an understanding. You start building. It's like building a brick wall kind of thing, right? If you focus on building each brick perfectly, versus just trying to put up as many bricks as you can, you're not going to have a stable wall if you just try to put up as many as you can. But if you focus on making sure every single brick is perfect and every single brick is like laid properly and level, and you're going to have a great wall when you're done, right? So I think it was Will Smith who used that analogy, if I'm not mistaken. But I think it's very relevant. Like when you apply yourself to anything, whether it's a profession, job, relationship, whatever. Like if your goal is to keep growing and being better every day, that's my game. So I try to do every single day. How do I learn more from today that I knew yesterday? So anyway, I know it's a really long-winded answer, but one-on-one, I have 2 people I've taken on. I was open to having like 3. And again, it's an extra cost or whatever. It's more so because it's just taking like my time away. But the way I see it, frankly, like if you really start to get really good at this business, you can make a ton of money. I know there's a lot of like YouTubes and influencers and like, oh yeah, check out, I got this yacht and all this. There's like cool story. Did you rent that? Or maybe you did. Maybe you absolutely crushed it. Good for you. And I'm not opposed to that. I'm not hating on it. In fact, being on yachts is awesome. It's wonderful. But it's kind of like the one time you hit the jackpot at a casino or something. Like, are you diligent enough to keep that money, or you just go blow it all, right? And in this business, like, I'm actually finding it more humbling, frankly, the more green days that I get, because it's a blessing to be able to do this, like print money out of thin air. It's pretty awesome. So anyway, I know I'm like just yapping. I apologize for some of that, but hopefully it was useful. Tim, I had one-on-one training from Aggie as part of the fun fact. Oh, cool. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely reach out to Aggie if you're interested in that as well. I heard about it. I need to get some more information on that, candidly. In fact, I think we're meeting with Aggie tomorrow on it. Friday. Tomorrow, Friday. Scott will know more about that for sure. Tim, are you here in the States, or you don't have to give like precise location, but just I don't know if you're in the States or Europe, maybe. Less than 15 minutes, guys. Netherlands. Oh, cool. All right. I had a customer out there, and you're gonna hate me for probably mispronouncing it. Is it The Hague? Is that right? Or is it Hague? The Hague? Yeah. I'm pretty sure you could guess who the customer was. Oh, okay, cool. Right on, Tim. So I might have been by your place once upon a time. Once upon a time. I love that whole area of the planet. I mean, Sweden, beautiful. Norway, gorgeous. Just that whole part of the planet is stunning. Right by the water. Oh. All right, guys. Let's hone in on a couple. things here. I'm focused right now on financials and tech. Okay, I have this screen up because I know I would say, and I could be wrong, but this seems to be like the fan favorite companies in our community: Tesla, Nvidia, Amazon, Microsoft. If there's one you'd rather see up here, I'm happy to change it. Here's kind of the secondary list. I'm watching coin for risk behavior, meaning risk on, and then conversely, risk off. So if I see coin absolutely rip to the upside, that means tech will likely benefit. If not, I'll be keeping an eye on names like MasterCard, as these are like secondary names. So again, my top ones I'm watching: Goldman Sachs, JPM in the financial sector, Enphase in the solar space. I'm watching AMD, obviously keeping an eye on Nvidia, just because it's the leader in the space. And then SMCI kind of as my canary, so to speak, in the tech sector. So if I see SMCI magically just completely dump or fall off a cliff, then I'll be likely shorting AMD pretty quickly. So that's what I got coming up. Let's see, 10 minutes, y'all, 10 minutes. So hopefully you've got some of your trades queued up. Again, let's not overreact on the initial reaction. I usually say the second, more importantly, the third move is probably the real move. Doesn't always have to work that way, but let's see what happens. I have a nice green day today. I don't necessarily want to jeopardize it, but let's add to that green day. What do you guys say? Let's do this. Exactly. Mark, yep. I'm of that mindset for sure. Sometimes it is, but if you look at kind of overall on big news like this, the initial knee-jerk reaction is not always the, I almost call it like the clear house move. Like, hey, we want this thing to go down. Cool. Spike it first to the upside, and then get all the demand out of the way and then dump it. So trade safe here, guys. Again, expect this is likely the biggest event for markets in 2024, I would say. Like everybody's saying that, CPI, PPI, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, those are all important things too, but I think there's so much anticipation around this and so much confusion around this at the highest levels. Like you could talk to two different investment banks and get two completely different answers. So it's just kind of interesting to see that even the big institutions are kind of unsure as to what's coming. So trade carefully. Tim, I think you're right. Yeah, I'm of that mindset too. So it's like, let's just say the move is up, right? So you might see a up, a down, and then an up, or you might see a down, down, then an up. So that third leg is usually the leg to watch, and I usually keep it on 5 minutes. So that's why I have it up here at 5 minutes. Definitely trade carefully. So I'm going to step away for literally like 3 minutes. I'm going to grab water before the show starts, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, I do appreciate you guys sticking around, and hopefully I was able to share up until this point, maybe some value, not just filling the airwaves, but you guys are an awesome community, that's for sure. So I appreciate y'all being here.
Traders, good afternoon. Welcome back. Getting ready for the big announcement here. And that should take us, I'm going to get the TV on here and see what we can muster. How is everybody's afternoon? Welcome back. Get up my screens in here. I think this is DVGs. Yeah. Can I get a sound test, please? Anybody out there? Let me restart. Chris, you can hear me. Jared, thank you. For some reason, I can't get my. Let me log off. I'll be right back. Okay, back at it now. Everybody can hear me. Got these screens up here. Not sure really what to watch. I'm going to put on the. There we go. I'm going to put on the NVDA trade. I'm also going to put on Tesla here. Let me move this out. Microsoft too, and then we'll go with Tesla. So what we'll do is we'll have some of the biggest movers on here. I would want to watch banking though too. Let's see if JPM is in play today. It is. JPM looks like a great trade. I'm going to grab some JPM here at the break of 205 or 209.50, and I'm going to post that here in case this market gets really going here. Okay, JPM, JP Morgan, long over 209.50. I mean, I think there's going to be some natural movement on these banking stocks here.
You ready to rumble, Scott?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I think we're probably overbuilding it unless there's a half point in here somehow, but we're going to find out. So we'll watch JPM here on the breakout here. I'm not going to take it until after Fed decision, and it's coming up here any moment. I think a quarter point built in. I just don't see us doing anything more.
You know, it'd be hilarious if it was just like a nothing burger. Just womp womp.
Yeah, right, it certainly could be. Be prepared for it, right?
30 seconds. We'll try to report the news as I get it. What happens?
Yeah, and you're going to see some of these either take off or get sold off. I really think if I just had to guess, I think we get a pop and a drop. I think that the market's going to probably stick right where it is. So here we go. Market's just up negligibly. Nasdaq up 17.5. S&P up 2. Dow's down 3 or 4 points, 3.65 points.
Wow. Voted fun.
And boom, here we go.
50 basis points.
Everything turning green. Don't you love it? Boom.
Boom.
Perfect. Anything 50 basis points. Wow. That's going to really help this market here.
I'm in coin. Let's go. End phase ripping now. Just got filled at 123. End phase 123. So I was on at around noon or so, Scott. If I had held the call options that I had on the fuse, be up mega right now.
Yep.
What a move, guys. What a huge move.
Wow. This is going to be huge for the marketplace. Awesome move.
All right. I'm going to grab some off of coin here in just a moment.
Any pullback is viable here.
Monster. Okay. I will wait for a little right here, 124 and change on end phase. Sweet. Get paid. This is why we do what we do, y'all.
Yep.
And there's
Microsoft here. Microsoft's going to be 424 on Microsoft. 424 entry Microsoft long. And I have time to post it here. MSFT. 43. Is that 43? 424.
Beautiful partial on coin.
424 long.
Goldman Sachs, a weird thing right now. All right, so got paid on the first move. Now let's see what happens in moves 2 and 3. Do we get follow through?
Yep, let's see what happens here. Up as high as plus 350 on the Dow. NASDAQ up 161 points.
Tesla. I didn't even know. I just got a glance at that. 235 level is important.
I'm long Microsoft traders, MSFT. I think we hold on.
So Scott, we took a poll. It's here around noon or so, just kind of hanging out with the crew here. And I was, we took a poll of like, hey, what do we think? 0.5%, quarter percent, and then which direction? So 1/4% higher, 1/4% lower, 0.5% higher, 0.5% lower. And we had quite a few folks on the quarter, maybe I think we had a couple folks on the half. And my vote was 0.5%. We move higher, and we see some exuberance, put in a new high on the SPY, and then we tank.
Which we did.
So
yep.
So that's what I'm worried about is, does that next part happen? Which is why I paid myself on these moves higher. If I miss the additional leg higher, I don't mind. I got paid. It's okay. But I'm more concerned of where does the exuberance stop? And I don't know. Maybe it's when Jerome Powell starts speaking, but getting
we'll
cautious
see here.
I'm concerned about JP Morgan right now, pulling back this strong. We had a nice winner on coin and ENPH. Keeping an eye on AMD now as a supplemental to NVIDIA. 152 is a very interesting level for AMD.
See, it doesn't even matter. I'm just listening to the television right now. it's one of those things where are they going too fast now? I mean, they're always going to nitpick this stuff. So the Fed comes out and says, hey, half point instead of quarter. And now people are wondering, oh boy, is that too much too soon? Or, I mean, everybody just tries to look into it, again, they're talking about moving money around and they're talking about interest rates, and it's going to, help the housing market here. So 435 traders on Microsoft looking for a full point here on this trade. And if I get it, that'll do it for me for today, man. I've had a great day. I've had a great 3 days in a row. This has been unbelievable trading. Really, really good. Yep, 1 point, Justin, 1 point.
Median view of Fed funds rate in longer run, 2.9, previous 2.8. Fed projections imply 50 basis points of additional rate cuts in 2024 from current level. So 100 basis points, in other words, 1%. More in 2025, another 50 basis points in 2026. Projections show 9 of 19 officials see policy rate above the median forecast for 2024. 9 see it at the median. 1 sees it below and sees 4.4% unemployment rate at the end of 2024 and 2025 versus 4.2% now, which means an increase in unemployment. That's what's forecasted. Watching MasterCard right now might take that short.
I got to tell you, traders, one of the things on the technology front is those of you that have YouTube TV. Back in the day, I remember having to kind of go like this to look out and to look around and to see what the television is doing. Now you can put YouTube TV on your browser and everything's right in front of you. So good. Great technology. 422 Microsoft stop.
Short MasterCard right now. It'll be a build position.
We'll continue to wait. Again, 2:30, Fed Speaker Powell talks, walks you through what he's thinking, what they're thinking.
JPM breaking down now. All right, I'm going to add to MasterCard under 497 if we get the break. It'll be a market order. We may not be able to move that quick.
JPM failed here.
Fed policymakers see end of 2024 PCE inflation at 2.3% versus 2.6. In June projection, core seen at 2.6% versus 2.8%, and see a 2% GDP growth in 2024 versus 2.1 in June. And by the way, for those of you guys remember, I was talking about currencies, the USD JPY dumping. Let's see what the real move is here. I might actually short the SPY here, keeping an eye on it. Okay. There's the break on MA, just added on MasterCard. See if we get the breakdown below the low of day. If we do, I may add. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You know, the Dow was up 350 points. Now it's up 68. We have come down. Let's see if we hold on now. I don't know why we would sell the market off with the news, you know. So news is positive. JP Morgan getting sold off right here, right now. 422 stopping on Microsoft. Yep. That is doing something aggressive is what they're talking about.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. I'll wait for MasterCard. I want to see the break under the low of day. SPY protecting the 200 right now. So is the Qs. Watching SMCI at the close.
Dow's gone negative now.
Excuse me. Decision time. Oh, come on, MasterCard. Don't do that to me now. So I think once they start talking about some of the metrics that we were looking at previously, like it would be bad to cut half a point if we don't have recessionary numbers.
Yeah, I mean, the talking heads are just saying, hey, too much too soon. But that's, you know what, again, that's, I think the market is looking for Fed to step in and to do something, which is what they're doing. And again, it might just accelerate stuff. I don't see the problem with it, really. I mean, I look at this as a positive right now. So we'll see. If the market holds on, so be it. If not, maybe we get to bounce tomorrow on a Thursday session. Dollar index, talking about that now.
Might try a small position in SMCI short.
Yep, still in the Microsoft trade, still holding on here.
Buy at the previous all-time high, pretty close to it, 565.16. Before yesterday's all-time high at 566.58. We've reached that today in the initial move. Make it stopped out of MasterCard here. Don't mind. Well, SPY looks like it wants to turn higher.
Yeah, and we've got this Microsoft trade pegged here now. Again, 435 is going to be the target. Hopefully, we get some steam behind this move now.
Here comes the exuberance. In 3, 2, 1.
NVDA looking great too.
Yep. Won't be shorting AMD
Microsoft
after
holding
all
out for that 435 plus.
I think people are now waiting the extra 12 minutes.
Yeah. Or add over 435, or more importantly, add right over that white dotted line, which is yesterday's close, Justin.
Well, looks like the move wants to move higher now. MasterCard still right around my entry, so I'll wait.
What is MasterCard? MA, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'll get that here.
I'm building a short on that in case banks turn around. Doesn't exactly help credit card companies, balance sheets for that matter, but it does help lending or big banks.
Go Microsoft, go. This is going to be a great trade here. Come on. Let's take off that 435 and then the dotted line right in front of it.
Okay, come on, MA. I see another breakdown lower. I'll probably trim up just because it's been bouncing around a bit. So I want to take away any risk in case we turn and burn. Hard to go counter trend here, but interesting to see markets tentative for names like AMD, Nvidia here at the highs. I don't anything they would try to push higher. So watching AMD, this 152 level. Look at MA now. Let's go. I will wait till the low of day.
Hey, Jerome Powell speaks in about 7 minutes coming up.
I'll be right back.
I wonder if we'll hear Powell speak live here. I would imagine we will. Yep. Justin, let's watch it. I'm still in this trade here, so.
Okay, I'm gonna trim up on MA here just a little bit. So we get some follow through to the downside. And watching the chip sector right now, SMCI and AMD.
Doing nothing. We're just sitting here now waiting for the speech to come on.
Well, at this point, let's wait till we hear what he's got.
Right. Coming up. Okay, here we go. All I care about is Microsoft right now. Who am I kidding? Come on, Microsoft, go.
NVIDIA moving.
There goes our Microsoft. And we're over the 435. I'm going to take a partial right here, selling into the strength of the move. Really nice here, right at the 535 actually. See if we bounce down. We should get above that. NVDA starting to take off to the upside here. Many of these stocks should follow. I'm going to come out right here, 435.02, and I am out 3/4 of the trade. Nice trade. Stick with the program now. Talking about some stability in the marketplace, which is all good. Okay, traders, that's going to do it for me. I'm not going to stick around anymore. I've just made the one trade this afternoon, and that's great for myself. I don't need anything more here going into the close today, so I'm going to call it a day. See everybody back tomorrow morning. If you want to hang around, I think DVG will be here for a little bit. But yeah, absolutely, Justin. Added to my already wonderful day. And again, we'll be back tomorrow. We're linking these days together, traders. Again, 3 straight profitable days. Looking forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. DVG, good day, my friend. Great trading. Appreciate your guidance here and your leadership. I will see everybody tomorrow morning. Everybody have a great evening tonight. God bless you all. Godspeed. Thank you for everybody on YouTube for being with us today, and thanks for that thumbs up. We'll see you all in the morning. Aggie, take care. DVG, Clifton, and the rest of the team. God bless you all. Godspeed.
Thanks, Scott. So I went ahead and took another partial here at MA, low of the day. I'm actually looking at building a short on the SPY now, 565. Stop loss will be 566.58, so give it a 1.5. We start to see a little bit of a rollover in the markets. I don't know how deep we're going to cut, but let's see. Watching AMD now and SMCI. Here we go. Trying to support maximum employment. Inflation down to 2% goal. All right, 152 AMD short, stop loss top of the day. Here comes the answer that we're looking for. What's the rate of cuts? I will start a 452 short on SMCI, small size. Guys, I don't have time to post, so hopefully you're listening, but I don't have time to post it. Very tight stop on SMCI. 455. Give it 3 points. Again, it's a build position, so if we start breaking lower, I'm happy to add. GS moving way, like breaking out at this point. They'll make decisions on the rate of cuts, meeting by meeting. Again, not forward looking at all, so I'm not sure what that does to markets. I think we go red because that statement sucks. But it's undeniable, bulls are here. So if you see bulls selling off, expect bears to take over, but I don't know. Bulls right now. Target on SMCI will be 445, first partial. Target on AMD will be a break underneath the previous move higher, which was 14979. I'd like to see that. If not, we'll get stopped out at the high of day. I'll take a little bit more off my MA position. Still have a decent size there. I don't know if they're going to love that answer. Data dependent, which is a laggard indicator. Might get ready to trim up on SFCI unless we continue to break underneath VWAP here. Okay, getting ready to take a small partial here on AMD, short. Not a huge move, but it's okay. Trim up my risk in case we decide to turn around. Go, MA, go. Bye-bye. 490, let's go. Taking a small partial on my SPY here. Let's go. Let's go. Need a break here. We're getting it on MA now. Perfect. We're getting it on SMCI now. I'll take a little bit off of SMCI here in a moment. Trimmed up already on AMD. Trimmed up a little bit on SPY. Talking about unemployment at 4.4%. Let's be mindful that's, still pretty good. It's not great, right? We want everybody employed, but that's kind of the going average. Well, now Jerome is saying it's in solid condition, trying to keep it there. U.S. economy is in good shape, which I might move markets higher here. Let's see. And that could turn things bullish quick, which is why we're trimming on the way down. Good question. Is this considered a catch-up, or is it larger than a typical rate cut function of the elevated nominal level? Don't think we're behind the curve, pal saying. Okay, so that means sign of our commitment to not get behind. Whatever that means. They're saying by being patient, it's paid off. Other central banks have cut already. By us being patient, it's paid off. Shouldn't look at today. I think it's a new pace. Toilet. moving at the pace they feel is appropriate. Okay, my only concern right now, guys, SPY hanging out the highs, all-time highs, right? So it doesn't take much to nudge us higher. So the short positions I have that are counter trend, obviously we're trimming as we get in favor. Get a break, great. If we don't, that's okay too. And I mentioned I thought we'd get a 0.5 hit, and then exuberance, stabilize, move lower. Let's see what happens. If I'm wrong, it's okay. We'll get out of position. We had a nice green day already. Got paid really nice on MasterCard. Excuse me. We can have the balance sheet shrink and be cutting rates. Interesting comment. Interesting comment. Great question. Why should we not expect further deterioration in labor markets? Labor is cool, but the level of conditions are pretty close to maximum employment, which I don't agree with that. But again, arguably 4.4% is still in line with, I'd say, the average for unemployment. Worth noting, part of controlling inflation is by increasing unemployment. There's a fun fact for you guys. Not always a great thing, though. You'd think our government wants everyone employed, but as they're trying to curb inflation, they were curbing jobs as well, which has happened. And now they're like, oh God, now what? So let's see how markets respond to his response here. See, again, they're talking about data. They're saying consumer looks strong, CPI data, all this other stuff looks great, retail sales looks great. But I don't think they're really addressing the big question. I'm waiting for them to ask about debt. They're claiming not rising unemployment rates or layoffs. Here's the other thing that's kind of spooky. A lot of times people call it the white collar jobs. May not file for unemployment for a while. Maybe they got state savings, maybe they got investment accounts, whatever. So they're afraid to file for unemployment. Maybe out of shame or hey, I'll find a job quickly, because I'm qualified, whatever. But we're definitely seeing more of the higher paying, let's call it middle class to higher income jobs that are beginning to get layoffs, and they're not addressing it from that standpoint. They're looking at it more for, more like blue collar jobs, etc. So kind of interesting response. I'm not sure I agree with that 100%, but you're pricing in, let's see, next year 200 basis points in cuts just to maintain a higher unemployment rate. Great question. Would you be looking for a more preemptive monetary policy? Uh-oh. This could be a response here in the markets. Let's it's an old saying, if it stalls, it falls. We're stalling at the highs. So bulls want to take over, they need to push this thing quick. Might get stopped out in the running shares here on SMCI. We'll see. What? I don't agree with that either. we can prevent increasing inflation while increasing unemployment, basically is what he's saying. Like that, what? How? More claims equals more government spending equals more inflation. Okay. Yeah, come on. They're asking about data points on what may help to make the decision. That's not a relevant question. That's just basically asking, hey, what old data did you use? Terrible question. Next question, please. Guys, watching these levels right now, algos are pitching in at this 565.16 to hold the SPY higher. Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on the Qs as well. 477.40, still kind of the ideal breakout level. Start pushing higher, may get bullish on these markets. It's fine. Downside risk of unemployment has increased. Interesting. Basically, no, this might move markets higher here. He all but said they're more or less reading between lines here. They're open to basically QE this thing if they have to. Okay, print more money. Last time they printed money, you guys remember what happened? Markets exploded to the upside, aka COVID. Unbelievable. Well, I mean, I'm pretty convinced market's going to try to push higher, but I don't really agree with how they're going about doing it. I mean, right now, obviously, we made some money on SMCI short, we made some money on AMD short, we made some money on MA short, which is totally fine. But I may, getting out of these positions. Only averaging 100,000 job postings. Are you concerned about it? Good question. Job openings are typically higher. Good question. Let's see what happens. Ooh, talking about border crossings and jobs being taken by increasing unemployment from, and they're seeing a slower hiring rate. So that's, yeah, obviously. My stance is more unemployed people is just bad in general, period. I don't care if you get it through more people trying to find jobs or a lull in hiring. That's not good. So we still have, again, we got 3 positions, 4 positions short. MA, SPY, SMCI, AMD. We trimmed up on those positions, so I'm letting them dance a bit. See if we get some follow through to the downside, but I don't know. Like that question was a great question, and his response wasn't great. So now they're saying cheap money being the norm. Uh-oh. Probably not going back to that era of trillions of dollars of sovereign trading at negative rates. People are issuing debt at negative rates. That's not going to happen. It's too far away now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Come on, SMCI. Break that. I'll take a small partial here on AMD, guys. Right there, the VWAP. SMCI, I'm waiting for this break under the 200. That's on a 5-minute chart. SPY holding up right here at the 200 and the 55. Literally right at the VWAP. Q's looking kind of heavy. Come on, SMCI, break the freaking close so I get paid on this one. This would be a nice move if this breaks down, guys. Our decisions aren't based on politics, he says. Trying to support the economy on behalf of the American people. If we get it right, we'll benefit American people. Yeah. There's the break on AMD. Perfection. Let's get the break now on SMCI. I'll trim up here if I get below 4. We did it. We were under 445. I'll trim just a little bit more. Absolutely amazing. I hate to see the markets go down like this, guys, but yeah, we did the poll for a reason. Unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. What a beautiful move now on AMD. Just took a little bit more off. If SMCI breaks the close, guys, what a monster day we'll have. Monster day. Well, down we go. Guys, we trimmed up all the way around. Trimmed up the SPY, trimmed up SMCI, trimmed up AMD. We still got some runners. Now the runners can just dance. I don't mind. Let's see what they. Housing inflation dragging a bit. trying to find to move rates normal level over time. Sorry, guys, trying to like hear and speak at the same time. I don't know if you guys are listening in or not, but we're not saying mission accomplished. Talking about market rents. That's going to piss off some real estate folks. Come on, SMCI. Give me a 440 print so I can take majority of this position out and let it run. Okay, that'll work. Guys, AMD, we nailed it. Nailed it. 3 beautiful points. SMCI, guys, monster trade now. Monster trade. Bingo. Cashing in some of the SMCI here. Same with AMD. Guys, this is a free money trade now. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. As rates come down, people will sell more on housing. Oof. Fed can't help with housing constraints. Supplies for the government to solve, not Fed. SMCI. Wow, guys. Holy smokes. Just trimmed up a little more on it. Free money, baby. Let's go. This is sad, by the way. I don't like seeing markets do this because, you know, I probably shouldn't be cheering. I don't know if you guys have seen The Big Short, but this affects a lot of people, guys. And frankly, consumers aren't going to see the benefit of the 0.5% cut until mid 25, if we're lucky. If we're lucky. And I don't know who was, I think someone mentioned Tesla. I was talking about the 235 level. We reached it by 68 cents, guys, and just completely pulled back. Wow. Guys, Qs are about to take out the low day. Look at NVIDIA, guys. 13 points now, guys, on SMCI. Unbelievable. AMD 3.5 points. NVDA breaking the low of day, breaking yesterday's low as well. Ouch. Ouch. I'm actually going to look at my portfolio real quick. May actually move to cash on some of this. This is a big move down, guys. Let me see. Okay. All right. That position can go. That one can go. Okay. All right. I hate to do it, but just got rid of about 12% of my portfolio. Hold on. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Just like that, folks. Well, I told you. I shouldn't say I told you. It was my guess today. 0.5%, spike higher, bit of exuberance, sell off. And I traded accordingly. You know, we went long coin, we went long Enphase, made money, banked it, went short MasterCard. And then I started shorting the chip names after I saw them slowing down up at the top there. And yeah, I hate to say I was right, but it's benefiting these trades right now. SMCI, what a wow! I mean, I'm just letting it grow now. Just let it go. You know, take out 435, maybe. I don't know. I've been paying myself on the way down, so. Okay, showing up a little more of SMCI. I don't want to give back anything. No thanks. Again, I think there's some action on NVIDIA down at 114 now. Any of you guys take the positions I was announcing? I didn't have time to post them all, guys, so I apologize. These are like moments as traders we wait for, right? So you short NVIDIA, made your day, Jared. Awesome, man. If you're open to anytime you guys have monster wins like that or what have you, if you don't mind, send a note to Clifton, and I'd say it's more of like an opt-in, right? Like we don't have to use your full name or anything like that, but it just, you know, as we're trying to grow the community, right, we want to make sure people know, like, hey, we're providing not only winning trades, but perspective, and it helps us, right? It helps us grow. So, Jared, if you're open to it, send a note to Clifton. If not, hey, it's totally fine too. I love to hear it personally. I love it when you guys make money. Okay. Guys, be careful now. If you were short, this is a pretty big bounce now in the SPY. We literally tagged a previous all-time high, which is at 56176. We talked about that level earlier today, right? We cut up below it just a little bit, just a tiny bit, and then turned around, and we have this massive bullish engulfing candle now. Tony, heck yeah, man. I'd love to. All out of MasterCard now. Beautiful trade, though. Beautiful trade. Took majority of our money right there on that dip below the break at the bottom there. Same with SMCI. And I saw the breach of the close, took off a big portion. AMD saw the breach of the low day, took off majority of my position. So I don't love this bounce in SMCI right now, but again, I don't mind this. The size I have is small. So if we move up maybe another 2 or 3 points to the 200, let's go about 445, we'll probably just dump it. Again, still a winning trade, but ooh, that's a strong response for Jerome Powell. Maximum employment, price stability, and we're not focused on basically political agenda, political administrations. It's, basically by design, that's what the Fed is supposed to do, but he's restating that, like, hey, that's how it's supposed to be, by design. So good for him. Good for him for standing up for himself. I applaud you, Jerome Powell, for the first time in a long time. Very nice. The goal is the people, not the political parties. Well said. Julie, I love La Jolla, by the way. What's the name of that place in downtown La Jolla for breakfast? The Cottage. You've been there? I don't know if they're still open after COVID. Who knows? But and that place makes some phenomenal breakfast. Yeah. I'd pop over to this place called the Living Room, actually downtown. You get a nice view of the cove there, and grab like a beer and smoke a little hookah or something. La Jolla, what a great place. What's really neat down at what is it? La Jolla Shores, isn't it? If I'm remembering right. All the names of the streets are like precious metals, like Calle de Oro, like Street of Gold. And they're not kidding, because those houses are like 15 million bucks or something crazy. But I used to go up. There's a place, you'll know where it's at, over by Black's Beach, up on the cliff there. There's a beautiful home. You can walk on the other side. It's like a little nature reserve on one side. Walk out and hang out. There's like a little bench there, and there's a beautiful home. It's literally like a 35, $40 million house right on the cliff there. And I used to like stare at that house and go, one day, and today is day one. So it was kind of an inspiration to be there for sure. You know what I'm talking about, Julie? That place? It looks like a freaking resort, but it's a house. It's unbelievable up there on the cliff sides of Black's Beach. Didn't really like the last question, guys, by the way, so I'm not. Okay, Yahoo's asking a question now. Let's see. Ooh. Are you more worried about the job market and growth than inflation? Are they not roughly balanced? You're expressing that they are roughly balanced, but based on what you shared today, it's counter to that argument. So risk was on inflation, severe labor shortage. Okay. Concentrate on inflation was the focus. stance was on bringing down inflation. Part of bringing down inflation is cooling off the economy and cooling off the labor market. You have a cooler labor market partly because of our activities. Guys, think about that statement. Think about that statement. As we were trying to basically curb inflation, our goal was to make sure more people were unemployed. I mean, that's basically what he's saying. Recalibrating policy to a stance for a good outcome. What does that mean? Ooh, good question. Do you think this will lead to recession? He says, I don't think so. Let me look at it this way. Oh, this is a good question. I don't see anything in the economy right now that suggests likelihood of a recession, of a downturn is elevated. What? Growth is at a solid rate. Sure. GDP did well. Markets are at solid levels. Okay, interesting. And then he just didn't want to ask or continue that line of questioning. He just said, "Yeah, that's how I feel about it. Peace." All right, let's see what happens. Now it's officially over. He's no longer talking. Let's see if we get any action based on those results. I hate to say it, guys, I'm still pretty bearish. It's hard to deny this price action that just moved higher kind of shows some bullish behavior, but I'm still relatively bearish just on the overall commentary. Again, the focus is going to be really around labor markets. Not a big surprise. We kind of suspected that's what he was going to be talking about. However, worth noting, right? Trying to curb inflation by increasing unemployment creates what? Not a great consumer economy. And if you guys were paying attention the last, couple months, looking at debt, credit card, revolving credit card debt, not good. People, unfortunately, losing their vehicles right now. Ally Financial being kind of the songbird, we'll say, or canary that called that, and you could see it reflected in their stock price. I could pull up the day that happened. Let me do it right now, actually, because I'm curious on the actual day. By the way, the USD Japanese yen is moving higher, which is telling me maybe they're getting a little bit bullish that maybe the Bank of Japan doesn't cut the rate, or if they do, great, they could go borrow it for cheaper over there. Because anyway, hold on, let me pull this up real quick. ALLY daily. There it is. It was on September 10th, so about a week ago. And you saw that happen in all the financial markets or financial stocks. Saw that downturn because it's a name in the financial sector. But I was looking at Capital One and Ally because they're the two biggest auto lenders in the United States. You could argue GM Financial as well, but GM Financial is kind of bundled in GM collectively. And most of their loans are kind of outsourced and serviced by names like JP Morgan, Citibank. It's kind of a mixed bag. But majority of those auto loans are going through Ally and Capital One, and you can see that reflected in the price. So if there's a higher risk of repossessions or people not being able to pay for their cars, how are they going to get to work, even if they have a job? Question mark. And if they maxed out their credit cards and they can't pay their car and they can't get to work, what's next? I mean, guys, this is like, and unfortunately, when you think about this stuff, it kind of gets mildly depressing. But it's important to note, right, as we're getting a better understanding of these markets and what they're talking about and the implication it has. Like, on the one hand, I shouldn't be rooting that these stocks are plummeting in favor of my position, but SMCI, sure, I don't mind, right? But if it's names in the banking sector, right, that has an impact on all of us. So again, right now it's still not looking terrible. We're still holding the highs in SPY. The Qs though definitely getting beat down a little bit. Seen some de-risking happening. Does this become a rug pull into the close? You got 40 minutes. Still have this position in SMCI. You still have a really small position left on AMD. We're trimming up on the way down. Same with SMCI. So I'll let them run. I'll put my stop loss in place. 445 will be all out the SMCI trade if we do bounce that high. But I don't really want to watch the rest of how the market plays out. We could turn and burn to the upside. Again, talked about exuberance being a possibility, right? 0.5 rate cut will benefit the names like ENPH, maybe Tesla. I don't know if that'll help Apple that much because they just have plenty of cash. But if you're going to see a turn up in the Qs, you're going to expect the big names, Microsoft, Apple, to move higher. But let's look at ENPH real quick. All right, strong pullback. We got a nice payday on that one. We got the pop higher, got paid. I didn't get the full move, but hey, not complaining. And then let's look at BX. BX pushing highs. Hit an all-time high, as a matter of fact, today. No surprise. Because that's big money getting rate cuts. And big money benefits from rate cuts. Average folks like you and me, we won't see it for 6 months. Because you really think, if you have credit cards, you think they're going to want to cut your rate if you're paying 23%? Probably not. Probably not. They'll hold that rate as long as they can to make their money off you. Anyhow, listen, guys, appreciate each and every one of you. You guys are the best. Thanks for hanging in there with me today. We went extra innings. Hopefully it was of value to you guys. Maybe you got a couple trades. As always, like I said, we'll see you at the open tomorrow. Appreciate you guys. Cheers. God bless.